back on the record in the matter of State versus Angela Hock. The state may call their next witness.
State would call Detective Shelbourn.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give, but the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, please proceed. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you pull the microphone a little closer to you? And then state and spell your name for the record, please.
Jeff Shelbourn. It's Jeffshelbourn
How are you employed?
with the City of Omaha Police Department.
Are you a certified peace officer?
Yes.
How long have you been so employed?
With Omaha, just about 15 and a half years.
Any experience before Omaha?
I did work as a Dodge County Deputy Sheriff prior.
And what's your current duties?
I work in the Special Victims Unit as a detective.
And what do you mean by Special Victims Unit?
In the Special Victims Unit at Omaha, we have domestic violence, we do adult sexual assaults, child sexual assaults, child abuse physically, missing juveniles, and juvenile sex trafficking.
Does your scope of duties include investigating anything related to child death?
Yes.
What training have you had to investigate child deaths?
I've been through homicide course, and then through the physical abuse part of special victims. We've taken specialized training dealing with victims, families, and trauma certified.
As part of your training experience, do you have any special skills regarding issuing or executing search warrants?
Yes.
What is that?
Through multiple classes, including Grand Island Police Academy, Omaha Police Academy. Did just multiple classes on search warrants, writing and executing.
Did you become involved in the investigation regarding the death of Vera Noe?
I did.
When did you first become involved in this case?
June 18th, 2019.
And were you assigned to investigate?
Yes.
What information did you receive at the time of your investigation, or at the time you were assigned this case?
When I was assigned the case, we were advised that there had been a report filed on June 16th from a Dr. Lessman from the University of Nebraska Medical Center in reference to a child that at that time was on life support due to an attempted at-home birth, and the child had been breached, and that the at-home birth was being assisted by a person that said she was a midwife, and that the parties, the victim's parents, had paid for these services.
When you received this information, what were your first steps in the investigation?
My first step was I went to the residence of the parents of the victim and attempted to make contact with them.
And that residence, was it in Omaha, Douglas County?
Yes.
Did you make contact with him that first day?
I made contact with the mother.
And did you set up a time, or did you interview her at that time?
No, we requested a time to meet with her and her husband. She did not wish to talk at that time, and I left a business card for her to speak with her husband and then contact us.
And what day did that occur?
That was on June 18th.
Okay. What was your next step in this investigation?
Returned to the office. My partner, Detective Crouch, then Horton now, had a phone conversation with Dr. Lessman. And then later that day we met with the grandfather, James Noe, at my office at Project Harmony.
After your conversations with the grandpa and your partner's conversation with Dr. Lessman, what was the next step in your investigation?
Attempted to contact Emily and Creighton Noe, the parents of the victim, unsuccessfully that day. We returned to the home on June 19th, 2019, again to attempt to contact Emily and Creighton. Unsuccessful at that time. Returned to the office and made contact with Offutt Air Force Base due to the fact that Creighton was an enlisted airman, and we were able to set up an interview at that time.
And did you in fact have a meeting with Creighton and Emily Noe?
Yes.
And was that conducted at Offutt?
Yes.
After that interview, what steps did you take?
After that interview, it had been then on June 20th, we contacted the Buffalo County Sheriff's Office in Buffalo County, Nebraska, in reference to doing a search warrant at this suspect, Angela Hock's home, which was in Buffalo County.
Do you see Angela Hock in the courtroom?
Yes.
For the record, could you point out where she is seated and something she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table in a, looks like a gray top.
Let the record reflect the witness identified the defendant. Why did you contact the Buffalo County Sheriff?
Due to it being their jurisdiction and to help us assist in obtaining a search warrant.
And did they agree to assist?
Yes.
Did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes.
Did you execute that search warrant?
Yes.
What day did you execute that search warrant?
June 20th, 2019.
May I approach? I'm going to hand you some photos that have been marked. Starting with Exhibit 63, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is depicted in Exhibit 63?
That is Angela Hock's residence.
Is that the residence you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Were you present when that photo was taken?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate representation of the home where you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
Where was that located?
Outside of Riverdale, I believe, Nebraska.
So you move to admit Exhibit 63?
63 is received.
Thank you. I'm going to show you Exhibits 64, 69 through 95. I'll ask you to flip through those.
Sure.
Yes.
Exhibits 63, 64, and 69 through 95, are they true and accurate pictures of the residence where you executed the search warrant?
Yes.
They accurately depict these, the scene as you investigated that day?
Yes.
Okay. Statement moved to admit exhibits 63, 64, and 69 through 95.
Okay. Those exhibits will be received.
I'm also going to show you exhibits 65, 66, 67, and 68. They have been received. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes.
Were they also photographs taken of during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
So let's go through the search warrant a bit. I'm showing you exhibit 64. Can you describe what's depicted in exhibit 64?
That's an upstairs office area inside the home.
Did you find any evidence related to the case in this photo?
Yes.
What did you find?
We found some contracts, some business type paperwork for birth keepers or the midwife business.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and received as exhibits 28 and 29. Oh, excuse me, 128 and 129. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
129 is a contract between Mickey Huffelt and birth keepers, signed by Mickey Huffelt. And 128 is, I guess, their operating procedure or their policies for the birth keeper.
And you're indicating you found those located in the office of the defendant's home?
Correct.
I'm showing you exhibit 65. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Looks like a box of like equipment and stuff that was found in a downstairs office of the home.
Was there anything of evidentiary value located in this office?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 67. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 67?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value depicted in exhibit 67?
Yes.
What?
From here, looks like there's some clothing hanging in the closet that has birth keepers on it.
And how is that, did you receive any information in the course of your investigation that would lead that t-shirt to be important?
Yes.
What was that?
That people at the hospital had mentioned that Emily had a birth keeper shirt on.
Emily the mother?
Yeah.
Or
There was also reports that Angela Hock had been there with a birth keeper shirt on.
and were you able to independently verify that information?
With that, whether Hock was there.
Yeah, whether the defendant was present at the hospital?
We had a witness that thought she was. We looked video. We didn't find any video that showed Ms. Hock at the hospital.
Okay. But the t-shirt are you saying, is the t-shirt consistent with the information you had that the defendant was wearing during the time of the birth?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 69. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. That's,
And
sorry.
what is it?
That's the top of the tote that was in the previous picture.
What did you locate inside that tote?
I believe there's maybe paperwork or certificates depicting midwife training and stuff that Ms. Hock had attended.
Did you seize those items?
Did I? Yes.
And I'm showing you exhibit number 70. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit number 70?
Yes, that's a certificate of attendance.
For the record, can you read the title of the class of the certificate?
It's like Arnold Midwife, a real birth workshop, Kansas City, Missouri.
And what was the name of the course title?
The Art and Science of Breech Birth.
And how many hours of education did that course provide?
Looks like 7.
And when was that? Is there a date provided on that training certificate?
July 28th of 2016.
Showing you exhibit 71. Do you recognize what's depicted in exhibit 71?
Yeah, another certificate of completion.
Exhibit 72. What's that?
Another certificate of completion.
Exhibit 73.
Certificate of attendance.
In the course of in the execution of a search warrant, did you find anything indicating that the defendant was licensed as a midwife?
No.
Let me show you exhibit 74. What is that?
That's the T-shirt that was hanging in the closet.
A closer view of the previous exhibit?
Correct.
And can you read what's on that T-shirt?
Nebraska Birth Keepers.
Exhibit 75.
Yes, that was a box found in the downstairs office.
Exhibit 76.
More paraphernalia that was in the downstairs office.
And the downstairs office is the one that had the 2 chairs?
Yes.
Exhibit 77.
Yeah, just also found down in the downstairs office a stack of business cards.
From different, from the defendant or others?
This one looks like maybe from others.
78.
More of the same. This one also includes the defendant.
It's a close-up of this exhibit 79. Are you able to describe what's in exhibit 79?
It's a closer view of the last business cards. It again depicts the defendant's business card on there.
I'll show you exhibit 81. Can you explain what exhibit 81 is?
It's a list of medical terminology.
Where did you locate that?
I believe that was also found in the downstairs office.
Do you know where specifically in the office?
I don't recall, no.
Does it appear to be information or terminology related to the birth process?
Yes.
Likewise, exhibit 82.
Yes, more medical terms.
And exhibit 83.
Again, more medical terms.
Were they all located together?
Yes.
'84.
Medical terminology.
And 85.
And then more medical terminology.
Showing you what's showing you exhibit 86. Can you describe what's depicted in exhibit 86?
These, I believe, were found on the floor, but they're like letters to people who sign up to be members of the birth keepers.
Were they found in the condition that they were photographed?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the number of individuals who had signed up to be part of the Nebraska Birth Keepers group?
I don't recall.
Exhibit 88.
That's a closer up view of what the letters were that were on the floor.
And that provides a website information, is that correct?
Right.
I'll show you what's marked as exhibit number 64. Do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it's a 3-ring binder that was located at the residence in the downstairs office.
I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. The exhibit 64, is it in a sealed condition?
Yes.
If you could open it.
Council, you need to remark that exhibit.
Take it out, or?
There is an exhibit sticker on that binder. Can you explain how that exhibit sticker was caused to be placed there?
When we examined it during trial prep, it was placed on there.
And when you, before you placed the exhibit sticker on that, was it in a sealed condition?
Yes.
Had the seal been tampered with in any way?
No.
Okay. Who opened the seal?
I did.
Who placed the sticker on it?
I believe I did.
And did you reseal the package?
I did.
Was there any change to the condition of the item now marked as exhibit 64 at the time that you sealed it into resealed it into the evidence bag?
No.
Can I get a number? I'm going to add exhibit sticker 141. Could you review exhibit 141 and advise what it is? Look up when you're ready to answer your question. Say remove to admit exhibit 141.
objection based on the evidence.
Let me see. Now, this was found in her house?
Yes.
141, okay. Please, let
Where
me see it.
specifically was this exhibit 141 located?
So it
It's
was
141?
141,
Okay.
in the office, I believe, downstairs.
with the other documents that we've reviewed?
Correct.
Can I see 141?
Yes, sir.
I have to make a ruling. All right. Objections overruled. 141 will be received.
Did you review the content of exhibit 141?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of 17 of exhibit 141. Indicates the purpose of this.
Ms. Herman, we got
Can't
a
hear me.
position, thank you, I gotta hear you a little
Thank
better
you.
than that, thank you.
I'm showing you page 2 of exhibit 141.
Yeah.
There's a glare on. Can you summarize or tell me what the purpose of exhibit page 2 of this document purports to be?
Looks like the Articles of Association for the Nebraska Birth Keepers membership.
And what type of organization is it? Let me rephrase. Does it emphasize the need to be a private membership agreement?
Yes.
While you executed, or during the time that you were at the defendant's home in near Kearney, Nebraska, did you have contact with the defendant?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, we then drove to Gothenburg, Nebraska, and made contact with Mickey Huffeld. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. But
And who was Mickey?
she was the assistant that came with the defendant to Creighton and Emily's home at the attempted home birth.
What was her role?
She described it as like a doula, kind of like a birthing coach.
Was there any, did you have any further investigative actions in this case?
After that,
Let me rephrase. Did you interview any other witnesses?
I don't recall after that, we did sit in on some forensic interviews later on. But I don't know that there were any other interviews conducted.
You have just a moment. We have no further questions at this time for this witness.
No questions, Your Honor. I do have another subpoena, so I would ask that you continue to renew the subpoena. I intend to get back to him this afternoon.
All right, you're released this time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call Dr. Robert Bowen.
And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear a firm testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please proceed. Proceed.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Robert Bowen, B-O-W-E-N.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a physician. I'm a pathologist. I work for Physicians Laboratory.
And what training have you had to fulfill that occupation?
After finishing high school, I went to college and graduated from college in 1973 in Hastings, Nebraska. Following that, I went to medical school and University of Nebraska Medical Center. I graduated from there in 1976. Following that, I did a short stint as a surgery resident. Following that, I went on to pathology residency. I finished pathology residency after 4 years. And after that, I did a cytology fellowship. That's the study of cells. After that, I did some research at the National Cancer Institute in Bethesda, Maryland. And about that time, it was about 1983, I left and started practice.
And when you indicate you started practice, is that as a pathologist?
Yes.
Approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Several thousand. I've not kept track, but I'm guessing in excess of 5,000 autopsies.
What's the purpose of an autopsy?
An autopsy is to examine a dead body, to examine the physical facts about the body.
And as part of that process, do you attempt to provide a cause of death?
Yes, I do.
Have you taught in the field of pathology?
Yes, we have residents rotate from Creighton University Pathology Department and also from the University of Nebraska Medical Center. They rotate through our department to get training in forensic pathology. I'm also on staff on the College of Forensic Sciences in the East Campus in Lincoln.
I'm handing you what's marked now as Exhibit 142. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, there's a copy of my curriculum vitae.
And is that a copy that you created yourself?
Yes,
It's a 40-page document, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes,
And you've signed each page?
I have.
Is that a true and accurate copy of all your training experience relative?
It is.
Statement moved to admit exhibit 142.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
142 is received.
So, is there a procedure you follow when conducting an autopsy?
There is.
What is that procedure?
We identify the body initially. The body is received generally in a body bag. The bag is sealed and identified. We look at the identification, we break the seal, we open the bag, and then examine the outside of the body. After we examine the outside of the body, we make incisions and examine the inside of the body.
Why would the bag be sealed?
Just to document that it hasn't been tampered with.
Why is that important?
We do it just as a matter of protocol.
Do you treat the body as a piece of evidence?
Yes, we do.
For what purpose?
Basically, what we do is we take photographs, we do examinations, we create reports. We do this in a way that can be documented and saved for use in court.
And once you identify the body, what's your next step?
Next step is to examine the outside of the body. We determine what clothing or articles are attached. We look at the medical devices that are attached. After we've done that, we remove those. Then we do a detailed examination of the head, the neck, the chest, the extremities, the back. After we've done that, we'll examine the inside of the body.
What are you looking for?
Just any kind of abnormalities that we can find, anything that might be a disease process or an injury.
Do you take photos during an autopsy?
Yes, I do.
For what purpose?
Just for documentation purposes.
Okay. Who's present during an autopsy?
I usually have an autopsy assistant, and sometimes there will be police present as well.
Do you collect any samples?
Yes.
Of what?
We collect samples of all the tissue. Also take blood samples. If there's any urine, typically in a baby this size, we don't find urine, but we'll take fluid from the eye and blood.
And what do you do with those samples?
If appropriate, we'll do testing, toxicology testing.
And do you have any training or experience as it relates to performing an autopsy of babies who have passed away during birth?
We've done several. I've done several.
Can you explain the difference between intrautero and intrapartum?
Well, intrapartum is before birth, intrapartum is during birth, and postpartum is after birth.
And how does that compare to in utero?
In utero is the same as prepartum, so while the baby's still in the uterus.
Do you have any specific training regarding determining cause of death for infants who have died intrapartum?
Nothing specific.
Are you familiar with how long a brain would be without oxygen that could cause death?
Certainly. Brain is very sensitive to lack of oxygen. In about 5 minutes without oxygen, the brain can be damaged.
And in your training or experience, are you familiar with different methods that could cause a lack of oxygen to a baby who would have died intrapartum?
Yes.
What are those?
Well, damage to the placenta, if the cord's damaged or compromised in any way, sometimes there are knots in the cord in the delivery, and if there's a knot or something that interferes with the function of the cord so blood can't circulate to the brain. Also, if there's compromise to the placenta itself, the placenta can be damaged, can rupture during pregnancy, that sort of thing. Or if the cord's compromised in a way, in a case like this, with compression of the cord.
Is there a term that refers to compression to the cord?
Probably. I would just call it compression of the cord.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term prolapse cord?
Yes.
What is that?
Prolapse cord is where the cord leaves the uterus before the infant itself. And so typically an infant leaves the uterus first, but if the cord leaves first, it's a prolapse cord.
Do you have any information, training, or experience knowing that would explain any dangers of a prolapse cord?
It depends on the circumstances, but prolapse cord is at risk for compromise if it's put in pressure. For instance, if it's a head first delivery and the cord comes out first, then the head would put pressure on the cord and damage interfere with the cord's function of providing blood supply to the infant.
I'm going to ask you to pull the microphone a little closer to help the court reporter. Thank you, Dr. Bowen. Have you delivered? Thank you, Judge. Have you delivered any babies yourself?
Have I? Oh, yes, I have. During medical school, we were allowed to deliver babies at night, uncomplicated pregnancies. I also delivered my son.
Are you familiar, well, did you perform an autopsy on Vera Noe?
I did.
And when did that take place?
We did that on June 18th at 2019, about 10:20 in the morning in our ward.
What information did you receive prior to conducting the autopsy?
We have limited information at the time. We just knew that it was difficulty with the delivery and that the baby was delivered and did not survive the delivery.
The information that you received prior to an autopsy, is that important?
It's helpful for us to know what to look for.
And based on the information that the preliminary information you received prior to conducting the autopsy, what were you looking for?
It's looking for any kind of anatomic abnormalities of the child. There's all kinds of complications from a pregnancy. You look for evidence of an infection. You look for anatomic diseases. There are internal problems with heart defects, that sort of thing. So you look for anything that might be a sign that there would be a cause for death.
Give me just a moment. Pathology. Are you a board-certified pathologist?
I am.
And how long have you been board-certified pathologist?
Probably since 1983 or 84. It's been a long time. It may be in my CV someplace.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 110. Can you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the outside of the body showing the identification tag attached to the body as well as a green seal that seals the body, the body bag.
And that was the bag containing Vera Noe?
It is.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 111. Do you recognize what that is?
It's another photograph of showing the tag number as well as the our ruler, which has the autopsy number as well.
Those true and accurate photos taken during the autopsy of Vera Noe?
It is. They are.
State would move to admit exhibits 110 and 111.
Objection.
110 and 111 are received.
Once you identify the individual and verify the condition of the bag, what's the next step in your autopsy?
We open the bag. We examine the outside of the body.
At any point, do you take an x-ray?
Yes, we do that prior to opening the bag, just as a general procedure.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 112.
This is a photograph of the x-ray we took of the body, what was still in the bag before we opened the bag.
Any information contained in the x-ray that is helpful to you?
You can see there's a fracture of the left collarbone. You also see there's some medical equipment attached to the body.
Is that a true and accurate photocopy of the x-ray taken in this case?
It is.
State would move to admit Exhibit 112.
Objection.
112 is received.
And once you open the bag following the x-ray, what do you do?
We examine the outside of the body.
Do you verify any identifying information on the body?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 114.
This is a photograph of probably the left ankle that has the hospital identification tag is still attached to the body.
And does that provide a name of your patient?
It doesn't have the name Vera on it, but it gives us the hospital identification information plus the last name of Noe, N-O-E.
State would move to admit Exhibit 114.
114 is received.
Once you open the bag and identify the patient, what do you do next?
Again, we identify the outside of the body, examine it, and document any findings that we have.
Do you obtain weight and length?
That's correct. We make measurements. I'll do a head circumference, a chest circumference, abdominal circumference. We'll do a length from the top of the head to the foot, and also from the top of the head to the crown, or to the rump.
In this autopsy, were you able to obtain a weight of Vera?
That's correct.
And how much did she weigh?
I think we got 8 pounds, 8.5 ounces.
I would note that you're reviewing a report. Is that a summary of the autopsy findings?
That's correct.
And would it refresh your recollection to review that report from time to time?
It does help, yes.
If I could ask you to turn that face down while we discuss, and if at any time you need to refresh your recollection, just let me know.
That's fine?
Thank you. Do you recall Vera's length?
No,
If your report indicated 34 centimeters, would that be correct?
that would be right.
And did you measure her head circumference?
I did.
And if your report indicated 35 centimeters, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Did you observe any injuries to Vera?
There were 2 abrasions on the face, 2 on the cheek, very small surface abrasions.
Did you make any observations about Vera's hands?
I did. We look at the hands. I look for palmar creases. They're a sign of birth defects, and so we look to see if the creases are correct, and they were fine.
Did you make any observations about her skin?
Yes, I believe so. Skin was fine.
Did you make any observations about Vera's fingernails?
Yes, fingernails were cyanotic. That's where the fingernails turn blue. It's a sign that there's a lack of oxygen circulating in the blood.
Are you familiar with how long it takes for the fingernails to become cyanotic?
Cyanotic, several minutes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 101, 118, and 119. If you could review those, please. What's depicted in 101?
101 is a photograph of the left side of the body. It shows the left hand. It shows 2 puncture marks, presumably from venipuncture attempts to draw blood or administer fluids to the hand. Also shows the left leg and left trunk, and shows some attached medical equipment.
Is there any view of any fingernails in that photograph?
No.
Is Exhibit 101 a true and accurate photograph taken during the autopsy?
It is.
State would move to admit Exhibit 101.
Objection.
101 is received.
What's depicted in 118?
In 118 is a photograph of the, this is the left Right hand. The right hand facing down, it does show the fingernails, and they show that they're cyanotic.
True and accurate picture of what you observed during the autopsy?
It is.
State would move to admit Exhibit 118.
118 is received.
And could you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 119?
And 119 is a photograph of the left hand, again showing the fingernails and showing the cyanosis of the fingernails.
True and accurate picture?
It is.
State would move to admit Exhibit 119.
119 is received.
Evidentiary findings of note in your external examination of Vera?
No.
What's the next step you take in the autopsy?
After we do the external examination, we do an internal examination. We make incisions through the chest and the abdomen. We examine those organs in place before we remove them. After we've examined those organs, then we remove them. And in this case, I would remove the neck organs, the chest organs, and then the abdominal organs at one time to preserve their anatomy. After I've done that, then I dissect those organs in place, and then I dissect them individually.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit slower.
Sure.
Were there any medical interventions that you removed from Vera prior to conducting the incisions?
I did. There was a catheter inserted through the navel, into the umbilical vessels that went to the liver, so I removed that catheter. There was some, I believe there was some chest pads attached, so I removed those as well.
Did you have any information regarding whether or not Vera had been intubated?
Perhaps not at the time of the autopsy, but I certainly, by looking at the medical records, that I have evidence that the child had been intubated.
Is that important information to know?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it tells you the condition of the body. You want to look at the medical records just to determine the hospital course. What the child was pronounced dead 2 days after delivery, and so there's a hospital record for that. You want to review that record to determine what's going on during that hospital time.
Now, you had talked earlier that it takes approximately 5 minutes to cause brain death.
That's correct.
For a lack of oxygen. How long does it take to prove brain death?
It may take some time. Typically, it's not something that is done very quickly. They will test the brain. They'll do a study of the brain, an MRI, to see what the condition of the brain looks like. They can typically see changes of lack of oxygen to the brain through an MRI. But more importantly, they'll do tests for reflexes, corneal reflexes. They'll touch the eye to see if they'll be blinking. They'll put light on the eye to see if the pupils will react to the light. They'll test the patient or the individual to see if they'll respond to lack of oxygen, or if they'll make their own breathing efforts, that sort of thing.
In your training experience, would the 2 days that it took for Vera to be removed from life support be attributed to the hospital attempting to prove brain death?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated that once you perform an incision, you make an overall visual examination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do that here?
I did.
And did you make any observations of note?
The fracture of the left clavicle, collarbone, we noted that. We noted that the lungs had collapsed and that there was some hemorrhages about the surface of the heart and around the kidneys and some of the abdominal organs. There were some surface hemorrhages.
Did you receive any information whether life-saving measures were taken for this patient?
Eventually I did. I would presume so. Certainly see the evidence of it. The venipuncture sites, there was a needle inserted into the leg and there were pads attached, so you know that a medical intervention was attempted.
And the hemorrhages that you described around the heart and other organs, could that be attributed to someone performing CPR?
In my opinion, they were a result of CPR attempts.
Were those injuries that you noted of concern at all?
No.
Did you examine the cardiovascular system?
I did.
In an individual that dies intrapartum, are there any findings that you look for that give you an idea how long the baby was alive?
Certainly. The heart circulation changes at birth while the baby's in the uterus. The lungs are not functional. They have to be, obviously they have to be developed and grow, but the lungs don't exchange oxygen because they're not breathing. So there's a circulation system in place before birth that shunts the blood away from the lungs to the rest of the body. And so it takes about 24 to 40 hours for that shunt system to change after birth, but it constricts down, and it's necessary in order for the blood, rather than bypassing the lungs, to go through the lungs so that the breathing will change, put oxygen into the respiratory or the vascular system. So we looked at that.
And did you make any evidentiary findings? Well, did you examine the shunt in Vera?
I did. The shunt was still open, indicating that she had not been alive long enough for this to change.
Aside from the condition of the shunt, did you make any other findings regarding the cardiovascular system for Vera?
The heart was normal. The part of again, there's two parts of the shunt. There's a vascular part and there's a heart shunt. They were still patent and open, so they had not closed down yet. But the heart itself was normal. There was some surface hemorrhages on the heart, which was I attributed to the resuscitation efforts. There were no damage to the muscle tissue inside. The valves were normal. There were no evidence of internal cardiac abnormalities.
Would you indicate that, or did you indicate that the cardiovascular system was unremarkable?
I would, yes.
And what does that mean in layman's terms?
It means it's basically normal,
Healthy.
healthy.
Okay. Did you examine the respiratory system?
I did.
And did you make any observations of note?
They had collapse, which is something that can occur after death. And in this case, we saw that when we did the microscopic examination, there was the development of pneumonia in the lungs. This is something you would expect after the child's been on a respirator for a while.
Why is that?
Well, there's no cough reflex. In order to have healthy lungs, we have to take deep breaths. We have to be able to cough and protect our airways. If somebody's on a respirator for a period of time, you're not, and it's because they're unconscious, and so they're not coughing, they're not protecting their airway, and so it's typical to see pneumonia after a few days on a respirator.
Aside from the finding of pneumonia, were there any concerns with the condition of the lungs?
No.
Otherwise unremarkable?
Yes.
And did you examine the liver?
I did.
What were your findings?
It was normal.
How about the stomach?
Stomach was normal, I believe.
Okay. Any concerns regarding any part of the GI tract?
No, there were some surface hemorrhages in the GI tract that would be very minor, and they would probably be a result of resuscitation efforts.
None of those hemorrhages, well, did any of those hemorrhages cause you concern?
No.
And did you examine the kidneys?
I did.
What findings did you make?
There were some there were some hemorrhages about the kidneys, and there were adrenal glands above the kidneys. There were some hemorrhages with those as well. I attributed that as well to resuscitation efforts.
Any concerns regarding the kidneys at all?
No.
What were your findings?
Outside of the hemorrhages, they were unremarkable.
How about the spleen?
Spleen was normal.
Endocrine system?
Well, the endocrine system would include the adrenal glands, and they had some hemorrhages in them.
Were you able to attribute that to any cause?
To the resuscitation efforts.
And aside from those hemorrhages, any findings?
No.
How about the nervous system?
We looked at the brain, and we've determined that to be, it shows a lot of noxic changes or lack of oxygen. The brain is swollen a bit, and so it's soft and swollen when we looked at it. There were some surface hemorrhages on the surface of the brain. That occurs when the brain swells inside the head and stretches and tears some of the tissues along the surface of the brain. That would be a result of basically the brain swelling inside the brain, or the head. So we saw those types of changes. When you look at it under the microscope, you see that the cells had died, and you see that typically from lack of oxygen. So we saw those changes for basically anoxia, or encephalopathy from lack of oxygen.
And do you have an opinion as to how long it would take for those changes to manifest in the brain?
It would take at least 5 minutes for that to begin.
I'll come back to that in a moment. Did you examine Vera's neck?
I did.
Any findings?
Nothing significant.
And did you examine her musculoskeletal system?
I did.
Any findings aside from the broken collarbone?
No, just the broken collarbone.
Did you perform any toxicology?
We collected blood, but I did not do any toxicology testing.
Hang on a moment. I talked about bruise on the, or some abrasions on the cheek, and now this broken collarbone, and then the hemorrhages around some of the internal organs that you attributed to CPR. Were you able to attribute either the broken collarbone or the abrasions on the cheek to any cause?
I would attribute the broken collarbone to damage during delivery. It was found shortly after delivery, and that would be a common finding that occurred during delivery. It certainly wouldn't happen while the baby was still in the uterus, and so I attribute that to the delivery efforts. The surface abrasions were very minor. It would be certainly easy to do during delivery.
Did either the broken collarbone or the cheek abrasions have any impact on your ultimate findings?
No.
You indicated that it would take 5 minutes of a lack of oxygen to cause the anoxic condition to the brain. Do you have, in your training and experience, does that result in damage to the brain?
Yes.
Can that damage be reversed with proper medical intervention?
No.
And is it your testimony that, the damage caused, the anoxic condition caused by, that begins at 5 minutes, does that progress? Does it get worse?
Well, the changes in the brain can get worse and they progress. But as far as once the brain is dead, it's dead. It doesn't come back.
And I asked because you said it's 5 minutes to begin the anoxic condition.
That's correct.
Okay. Your examination of Vera, were you able to make a finding as to the cause of death?
I did.
And what was that?
That was the cerebral anoxia, the lack of oxygen to the brain was the cause of death.
And did you list any contributing factors or make any contributing factor findings?
I did. Breech presentation.
Why do you say that?
Well, it's a complication of breech presentation. In a case like this, I had a chance to review the medical records. You can see that the baby was trapped during delivery from the notes that I could see, from 10 to 12 minutes. So the baby was trapped in delivery, and the cord would have to go past the head to get to the placenta. So the cord would be compromised in this circumstances. And so in these circumstances, the body would not receive oxygen for a period of 10 to 12 minutes. And then after delivery, it took another 10 minutes to get the heart started again. So we're talking about 20 minutes without good circulation to the baby. And so, in my opinion, the anoxia is a result of the compromise to the cord during delivery.
Is it your testimony that compromise occurred in the first 5 minutes?
It started in 5 minutes, but continued for 10 to 12 minutes. And then after delivery, it continued for another 10 minutes with the resuscitation efforts.
Is it your testimony that after that 5 minute mark, nothing could be done to save Vera?
Nothing could be done to save the brain. Now, the brain is very sensitive to a lack of oxygen, and so once it starts to die, you can't bring it back. The heart is less sensitive to a lack of oxygen, and so with the right type of efforts, they were able to bring the heart back, and for that reason, they kept the heart going and were able to breathe for the child for another 2 days. But the damage had already been done, and the brain was dead.
Just a moment. In your review of the medical records, did you receive any information that Vera had been cooled while at the hospital?
Yes.
Is that important in your findings?
It doesn't change anything. It's an attempt to do what they can. Basically, the brain uses up oxygen, and if it's a normal body temperature, it uses oxygen at a certain rate. If you cool a body, it uses oxygen at a lower rate, and so you can decrease the need for oxygen. It's been reported that young children who fall into frozen lakes can survive much longer because they're cooled, and so they can go longer than 5 minutes without oxygen because the brain's not using it because this metabolism is slow. In a case like this, it doesn't apply because this is body temperature and at least room temperature, and so during the delivery, that wouldn't have helped. I mean, if you could have cooled it perhaps, but it wasn't. And then afterwards, they can make an attempt to do what they can, but it was too late to do anything.
Because we were past the 5 minutes.
That's correct.
Now, how did you diagnose the cerebral anoxia for your
Well,
cause of death?
I had help from the medical records. They did some studies. If you look at the medical records, the baby basically had no brain function at the time of birth. And so there was no evidence of any kind of brain function. The studies that were done in the hospital showed that there was no brain function or evidence of support. And the x-rays or the MRIs of the brain show that the brain was had died. And you can see that on MRIs. It's an x-ray type of study that you look at the brain, and it shows that the brain had basically died and suffered from lack of oxygen. That, and when you look at the microscopic sections, you can see that, again, you can document that the brain did not have oxygen, so it died from a lack of oxygen.
Now, there's cause of death and there's manner of death. Did you make any findings regarding the manner of death?
I did not make a determination of the manner of death.
Why not?
Well, in this case, for coroner cases like this, I typically make a determination of the cause of death. The manner of death I leave for the county attorneys because they have additional information to make their decision based on their information.
And you indicated the county attorneys do that. Why is that?
Just because they have additional information, and it's just common for us to let them do that.
And do you fill out the death certificate?
No,
Excuse me. Why not?
the county attorneys do that.
You talked about the brain dying at 5 minutes without oxygen. In this situation where you received information that the head had been trapped, how soon, or do you have an opinion as to how soon you would want the head to be delivered in this situation to reduce or eliminate the risk of any brain damage?
Well, you want the head delivered as soon as possible. Typically, in a normal delivery, the head comes out first, and so the cord is not compromised. And I've seen instances, and I think I've been at a few where basically the baby can be delivered and the cord's not cut right away. And you allow the placenta to release blood back into the baby's body. And so in a normal head-first delivery, the cord's not compromised, the placenta's not compromised, and so there's no issues with that. But in a breech delivery and such like this, if the arms are caught above the head, the hardest part to deliver is the head, and so that takes longer to do, and it compromises the blood supply. And in a case like this, this is what happened.
If you had did you have any information about an attempted episiotomy to the mother?
I read where there was one attempted. I don't know if it was completed or not.
If you had information that an episiotomy was attempted but was unsuccessful because there was no room to maneuver the tools to complete an episiotomy, would that be helpful in providing information as to the severity of the pressure on the umbilical cord?
It doesn't change my opinion.
Based on your findings, is there any indication that had Vera been born had been delivered fully delivered without the head entrapment, that she would not have been a healthy or normal baby?
I have no evidence to suggest that Vera Noe would not have been healthy if she'd been delivered appropriately.
We have just a moment. Talked about head entrapment in this case, and you've talked about, pressure on the cord. In a breech delivery situation, are those two separate situations? Are they distinct from each other?
Well, in a breech presentation, the cord would have to go past the head during the delivery. And so there would be pressure on the cord in a breech presentation, regardless of how it's done. Just the length of time that pressure is placed on the cord is what makes a difference.
In a situation of a breech delivery where the head is entrapped, the cord is attached at the belly button
That's
and
correct.
passes past the head through the mother's body, correct?
That's correct.
So if the head is entrapped, are you saying that the cord must necessarily be compromised as well?
Yes.
Does that impact your findings in any way?
It determines this to be a complication of a breech presentation. It's the cord was trapped. It was compromised for 10 to 12 minutes before delivery. And so that is, in my opinion, the cause of the lack of oxygen to the brain that caused the death.
Had medical intervention been obtained prior to that 5-minute mark that could free the head, do you believe that would have saved Vera's life?
It would have certainly had a positive effect. I don't know how much improvement it would have been. If it had been 2 or 3 minutes, I would think that there would be almost no effect as far as the compromise, because it wouldn't, the oxygen had not been cut off for very long. But for a long period of time, it makes a difference.
That's good.
I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Ms. Hayes, Klein, can you pull up the microphone? Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Bowen.
Good morning.
Dr. Bowen, you've had a chance to review your autopsy report this
I did.
morning. And does your autopsy report identify the time that Vera was delivered?
I believe it has some timing in it.
Your
but
Honor, may I approach the bench to refresh Dr. Bowen's memory with his autopsy report?
You hadn't finished answering the question.
I beg your
Oh,
pardon.
sure. I know I have some times in there, but I don't remember what they are exactly.
Well, I think he has his report that he's got already, so.
Okay, will you look at this,
Sure.
page 2 of 7 of your report, please, Doctor? And the summary, I believe you identify the time of delivery.
Yeah. According to the notes, it's 9:48.
And is that 9:48 p.m., Doctor?
Yes.
And do you think, and you've testified that you reviewed Vera's medical records to determine her time of birth?
I did.
And what was Vera's weight when she was born?
I have the weight at the time of the autopsy. I know the weight is documented in medical records. I don't know what it is.
May I direct you to page 3 of 7 of your autopsy report, please, Doctor?
Sure.
I think you record the weight under your external examination.
I do, yes.
And how do you identify it on your report?
It's 8 pounds, 8.5 ounces.
And would that also have come from her medical records?
No, that would be a weight that we take at the time of the autopsy.
And would you expect there to be a significant difference between her weight at the time of autopsy and her weight at the time of delivery?
Yeah, we can see that, yes.
What kinds of differences occur?
Well, there can be a loss of fluid and gain of fluid. Typically, a child that's being cared, or anyone being cared for in the hospital, they give them a lot of fluids. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see the weight go up significantly.
How significant would be normal?
I wouldn't know.
A pound, 5 pounds?
I'd have to think about it. I'm not sure.
Okay. Doctor, would you say that a baby that's born between 7 and 8 pounds at delivery is a baby that's likely to be a full-term baby rather than a premature baby?
I believe so, yes.
And Doctor, you've discussed the fact that Vera's medical records indicated that she was brain dead when she was assessed at the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how is brain death assessed?
It's done by looking at reflexes. You can shine a light in the eyes to see if there's a corneal reflex or a pupillary dilatation. You touch the eyes to see if they blink. You poke the body to see if they respond in any way, that sort of thing.
And would that examination have occurred after Vera's admission to the hospital?
Yes.
And can you discuss again, Doctor, you've discussed it in your testimony so far, but again, what does it mean to identify her cause of death as an intrapartum death resulting from cerebral anoxia?
Well, intrapartum means during delivery, and so I determined the death occurred during delivery.
Thank you. And so to say intrapartum death resulting from cerebral anoxia, does that mean that the baby died from a complication of childbirth?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that you believe that Vera's cerebral anoxia was a result of the compression of her umbilical cord during the process of passing through her mother's pelvis and birth canal?
Yes.
And would you call the cord compression during the birth of a breech baby to be a complication of childbirth?
Yeah, I think that's fair. You would expect it, but yes, this also could be considered a complication.
Is it when you say it can be expected, do you mean it is one of the complications of childbirth that we can anticipate might happen in a birth?
Yes, that's fair.
And so, doctor, if a baby is born in and forgive me if I get the terminology, right, a cyanotic condition or a hypoxic condition, is that the same thing?
Yes.
And what does it mean to say a baby's born in that condition?
Basically means that there's a lack of oxygen in the blood.
Okay, and so if it's born in a cyanotic or a hypoxic condition, does that mean that it's experienced some oxygen deprivation prior to the moment of birth?
Well, at the time of examination, yes.
Okay. And so, well, thinking about if a baby comes out cyanotic, so if a baby comes out not breathing and without a heart rate, does that indicate that the baby is cyanotic? How can you tell? Well,
cyanosis is just a term that we look at and say there's a lack of oxygen in the blood, and so it's a determination of that. And so by seeing that and seeing the blue fingernails, we can say that there's a lack of oxygen in the blood. As far as how that happens, it could be probably several ways.
Thank you, doctor. And so if a baby has experienced oxygen deprivation in the process of being born or passing down through the pelvis, and then it's delivered, can a baby potentially be saved through a successful neonatal resuscitation?
Yes.
And can a baby that's born not breathing or even without a heartbeat potentially be brought back to life through a resuscitation?
Yes.
How is that possible, doctor?
Well, it depends on the condition of the baby at the time the resuscitation occurs.
How is it, let me ask this. Do neonates have more resilience or ability to recover from oxygen deprivation that occurs during the process of being born than older children or adults have to recover from experiences of oxygen deprivation for a similar amount of time?
That's a really interesting question. I have to think about it. Obviously, adults don't get born, and so you have to consider, different conditions. I don't know how to answer that question.
That's fine. That's fine, doctor.
Sure.
Does the color of a neonate at birth give any indication of whether the neonate is capable of being resuscitated?
Perhaps, I would think so.
And how so?
Well, if the color's pink, it's an indication that they're more healthy. If they're blue, it's a sign that they're less healthy. There's an APGAR score that they provide to a child during birth, and part of that APGAR score is the color of the baby during birth.
Okay, so if a baby comes out with good color, would that indicate that the baby's period of oxygen deprivation during the process of being born might not have been as extensive as if the baby comes out with, say, no color?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what the process of resuscitating a newborn should involve?
More or less, yes.
Can you describe that?
Well, you would want to provide oxygen to the body. You provide drugs to the body to stimulate the heart, that sort of thing.
And what kind of drugs could be administered to the neonate to help resuscitate it?
Epinephrine would be the one that would come to mind.
And how does epinephrine work?
It stimulates the heart to beat.
And then you said, did you say the resuscitation would involve getting oxygen to the neonate?
That's correct.
And how is that done?
It would be done through a tube. You put a tube into through the mouth into the into the lungs to provide oxygen directly to the lungs.
Is that called intubation?
That's correct.
And is the intubation of a neonate a special skill that requires training?
I would think so, yes.
Would you anticipate that the airway passage of a neonate is much smaller than for an older person?
Yes, of course it is.
You mentioned that a resuscitation can cause damage to the heart and maybe the kidneys, maybe other organs. Is that right?
Well, what I saw was, yes, it certainly can.
Why?
Well, because you're putting pressure on the chest and the abdomen to try and compress the heart to cause it to provide a pulse. And by putting pressure on the chest and the abdomen, you can damage the organs.
So does the organ damage then happen just through the physical process of being resuscitated or through something that's happening inside the body with oxygen transfers?
No, it's basically the physical pressure.
Okay. So if Vera had some damage to her heart or kidneys, then that was probably a result of would you anticipate, of chest compressions that might have been performed during an attempted resuscitation?
That's correct.
And if a baby were born who had experienced oxygen deprivation during the process of being born, and that baby had good color, how urgent would it be at that point to properly oxygenate a baby if it's born in a cyanotic condition?
You know, I'm not so sure I can answer that question. I'm sure there's an OB person that could do a better job of that than I can.
Does the answer relate to how long the neonate's brain can continue to remain compromised without being properly oxygenated?
I'm sure that would be part of it.
And do you have an understanding of that part, of how long the neonate's brain can go without oxygen before damage will become irreversible?
Yeah, at least 5 minutes or so,
5 minutes.
Yes.
And so if a neonate comes out and is not resuscitated, or is not resuscitated in a way that oxygenates her, what's going to happen?
Well, the resuscitation won't be as successful.
It will be unsuccessful?
Will not be as successful, yes.
And so when you say that it will be not as successful, does that mean it will fail to supply the oxygen needed for the baby to survive the compromise during childbirth?
That would be part of it, yes.
And can a result be brain death and death?
It could be, yes.
If a resuscitation of a compromised newborn begins 4 minutes after her birth, what will be the implications for her survival?
Depends on the condition before it started.
If the neonate comes out with let's assume that the neonate comes out with good color and is capable of resuscitation, but that resuscitation does not commence until 4 minutes after her birth. What's that going to mean for the baby?
Okay, you're telling me that the baby does not have a pulse or a heart rate at that time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so if the baby does not have a pulse or a blood pressure or a heart rate, but still has good color, and they wait 4 minutes, that would be, depends on the resuscitation efforts. So resuscitation, if it's done properly, can keep a heart going and body's supplied with oxygen if it's done properly.
What if it's not done properly?
If it's not done properly, then there will be problems.
And you did mention that brain death will begin after 5 minutes without oxygen?
That's correct.
And so if the resuscitation of a compromised newborn begins 11 minutes after her birth, what will be the implication for her survival? Same hypothetical.
Well, it'll be less successful, there'll be more damage.
Okay. And Dr. Bowen, have you had the opportunity to review Vera's death certificate for this matter?
I believe I saw it. I don't have a copy of it. I haven't seen one recently.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to offer into evidence. Pardon? Show this to opposing counsel and show it to Dr. Bowen before offering
You may.
evidence. Can you identify that document, Dr.
Judge,
Bowen?
Your Honor, hearsay for the entire document.
Just
Are we going to self-authentic?
Your Honor, it contains hearsay as to the manner of death, which is not relevant in this case.
Overruled. I mean, assume the foundation's like.
Dr. Bowen, can you identify this document?
It appears to be a death certificate.
Does it have a date?
I'm sure it does. was signed on June 25th
Okay.
of
And
2019.
does it indicate the person for whom the death certificate was issued?
It does. Vera Noe.
Thank you. May I just take it back for a moment, Doctor? I would like to offer into evidence a Douglas County death certificate for Vera Noe, filed on July 2, 2019,
What's the number?
Exhibit 135.
Objection 135.
Objection as to hearsay relevance.
130.
Raise the province.
All right, 135 is received. Objections overruled.
Doctor, I'm going to leave that with you for a moment to review. We'll ask you a couple of questions about it. Dr. Bowen, what are the options for manner of death on this certificate?
Typically, the manner of death is determined as either homicide, accidental, suicide, natural, and sometimes unknown.
And so you said they are homicide, suicide, accidental, natural, unknown, and was there a sixth, Doctor?
I don't recall one off the top of my head.
Can you see them in the center
I
of
see
that
them, yep.
document?
Yep, I see them here.
And what are they, one more time, Doctor?
They're listed here as natural, accident, suicide, homicide, pending investigation, and could not be determined.
And Doctor, what option was selected on the certificate of death for Vera Noe?
Accidental.
And what does it mean to say that a death is accidental?
Objection, hearsay, raise the province report, relevance.
Well,
Overruled. You may answer.
oh, I'm sorry. Just as it sounds, it was an accident, not intentional.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Could accidental include negligent?
Legal question?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I can answer that question.
All right. The answer will stand. Move on.
And you don't fill out the death certificate?
I do not.
A number of questions about the color of the baby and how that relates to resuscitation efforts. Do you recall those questions?
I believe so, yes.
In your training experience, does the color of the baby correspond equally with the damage occurring to the brain, or does it occur at the same time?
The colored child basically relates as much to the circulation as anything. It may not reflect at all what's going on in the brain.
Okay, so is it possible that a baby could still look pink while oxygen is being deprived of the brain and damage is occurring?
The damage to the brain could have occurred prior to the baby looking pink. The baby could look pink and still have a lot of brain damage.
Would the pink coloring of a baby's skin tone during the delivery process, does that correlate, or how does that correlate to the changing color of the fingernails, as you've testified?
I would think that'd be in conjunction with the same. If you could have cyanosis of fingernails and still have a pink skin.
So in a situation like this where there's a breech delivery and the head is entrapped, is the color of the skin a reliable method to determine the condition of the baby's health?
It's just one aspect of determining the condition of the baby, one out of several.
What other conditions would help determine the health of the baby?
Well, you look at respiratory effort, you look at reflexes, you look at spontaneity, whether the child is moving, that sort of thing.
May have just a moment. Nothing further.
Sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
the swinging gate. Anyway, State?
Your Honor, state has no further evidence and state rests this case.
All right. Any motions?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd have a motion to dismiss.
All right. Any argument from the state?
If none from the defense, I don't argue.
All right.
If I may make an argument, Your Honor.
Well, all right. Motion dismissed. Go ahead and argument. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, motion to dismiss carries a high burden. Requires that there's a complete failure of evidence to establish an essential element of the crime charged. And in this consideration, the state is entitled to have the benefit of the doubt as far as their theory is concerned. The state's evidence has failed to prove any of the elements. Regarding the child element, Your Honor has been briefed. This is a very technical legal argument. It's very clear that Nebraska state law defines a minor child differently than an unborn child. A child must be fully outside the mother before it is considered to be a child. And Your Honor, I don't want to bore you with all the proceedings of the Nebraska legislature, and this is just a small sample, but there's a lot of floor debate about this specific issue, and it intersects with the abortion context. And the elected officials in Nebraska, many of whom are attorneys, have grappled over this, and they have laws that protect the unborn. Those laws are very explicit as to what an unborn child is. They recognize the fact that in Nebraska, legally, a minor child or a child has not had what's considered a legal existence for the entirety of Nebraska's history, and certainly since the 1950s, when the Nebraska Supreme Court first ruled on it. Dr. Bowen's testimony that you just heard is that this baby essentially would have died during the 10 to 12 minutes that her head was entrapped. That was before she was fully out of the body. In the statutes, I know I provided them to you in the acts. There's the Assault of an Unborn Child Act. There's the Homicide of the Unborn Child Act. There's the Pain Capable Unborn Child Protection Act. In the Pain Capable Unborn Child Protection Act, they are very explicit that in order to become a child, the unborn child has to be fully delivered, fully outside the mother's body. And so they can't make that element. And what the state is asking through this prosecution is for you to expand the law to include this type of situation. And that was never the legislation's intent. Under this theory, parents could be charged if they do something that the state thinks was reckless. If they have a home birth, parents could be charged under this theory. OBs could be charged under this theory. People that come upon a home birth and attempt to assist could be charged under this theory. That's not the intention of the legislative branch, Your Honor. This is a political issue. It should be left to the legislative branch, and their intent is clear. Your Honor, regarding negligence, there's been no evidence that Mrs. Hock is bound by a duty. That is because the state of Nebraska has failed to regulate midwifery. In the criminal law very rarely, in very rare circumstances, imposes a duty on a citizen to act. The state has attempted to prove that Mrs. Hock failed to meet the standard applicable to an OBGYN. That standard is a civil standard. Doesn't apply to Mrs. Hock in this case.
Well, what applies to Ms. Hock is the reasonable law-abiding person standard.
That's correct.
So address that.
Well, Your Honor, the negligence standard, it's defined as recklessness, and some of the key words in that is a substantial and unjustifiable risk, and also a gross deviation. The evidence has shown that Mrs. Hock had extensive training in childbirth. The contract has a laundry list of trainings that she's received that includes trainings on breech delivery. There were certificates that were found in her office that are in evidence in regard to her training. And so she might be unlicensed, Your Honor, but she's very well trained according to the evidence. And that training included just this situation. So in consideration of that training, it's not a gross deviation of the conduct that a law-abiding citizen would do to assist a home birth. That's going to happen. The evidence is that Emily and Creighton had the option to do an OB. They had the option to do a birth center. They consistently sought out a home birth. That was their choice. It's not a gross deviation for someone who is well trained in midwifery to help them with their childbirth. The evidence is that Mrs. Hock took this very seriously. We had testimony from Dr. Lessman where she described what she would do in these circumstances that's consistent, act to act, with what Mrs. Hock attempted to do in this situation. I'd like to get into the caused or permitted element. This has to do with the agency of Emily. This unborn child is inside of her. She acts on the child, and it's her actions that place the child in any particular situation. She was educated about this childbirth. She was educated by OBs. They did their research. They knew the risks. She chose these things. Testimony is that Mrs. Hock doesn't force her patients to do anything. That is responsible. Dr. Lessman testified that she also doesn't force her patients to do anything. So that element is a complete failure to meet that element because Mrs. Hock can't control what Emily Noe chooses to do with her newborn child in utero. Regarding the element in a situation that endangered her life, the prosecution has hung their hat on the idea that there was a prolapsed umbilical cord. We don't concede that that the evidence shows that. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that's consistent with the idea that umbilical cord wasn't prolapsed until the head was entrapped. And Your Honor, the situation that endangered her life was childbirth. And that's the situation that caused the death of Vera. And you just heard Dr. Bowen say that that was an accidental death due to complication of childbirth.
Well, but accidental means unintentional. And she's not charged with intentional child abuse.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
There's a number of choices that the prosecution has pointed to that are the situations that they claim that Mrs. Hock created. Mrs. Hock obviously did not create childbirth. Childbirth happens. There's inherent risk to both the mother and child. The home birth, all childbirth has risks. Home birth is something many people choose. It's their right to choose that. She didn't create that right in people, and it was Creighton and Emily who chose to go forth with the home birth. The giving the Noes the option to continue the home birth, along with the option of going to the hospital after the diagnosis of breech, that's what the prosecution is hanging their hat on with this prolapse cord. And in a situation that endangered her life, that word has been interpreted by the Supreme Court. They've interpreted it as probable harm to their life. Dr. Lessman testified that an out-of-hospital cord prolapse has about a 40% risk of demise. And then she testified that means there's a 60% chance of survival. That was her medical testimony. As far as the actions in response to the head entrapment, Emily Noe went into the bathroom. She was checked on by Creighton. As soon as she expressed that she needed help, Mrs. Hock reacted. The testimony of Dr. Lessman, and when you consider that with the testimony of EMS personnel, shows that she did exactly what Dr. Lessman would have attempted with the tools at her disposal. And then finally, Your Honor, proximate cause resulting in death. Proximate cause, it's a very tangled web to unravel, Your Honor. There's a lot of moving parts here. There are circumstances that have been created by the political choices of Nebraska that increase the risk to patients during home birth, children during home birth, and to mothers. You know, those choices are out of Mrs. Hock's control. And there's a number of what could be considered what are intervening causes that break the natural and continuous chain. Those causes include the fact that Mrs. Hock went into the bathroom. Testimony is that she was in there for 15 minutes. It's not reasonable to prevent her from going to the bathroom. Certainly Dr. Lessman didn't testify that it's reasonable to prevent a woman in labor from going to the bathroom. In that bathroom, there's been no evidence about what happened. Emily Noe knows what happened in that bathroom. We don't know why, Dr. Lessman testified that after the termination of the breech presentation, that you could expect hours more of labor. The testimony was that maybe an hour occurred between that diagnosis and Emily Hock going into that bathroom. So the fact that this baby unexpectedly and rapidly went from, you know, the cervix is dilated but it hasn't passed through that, to almost all the way out with the exception of her arms, that was unexpected. That's not consistent with what Dr. Lessman would expect. It happened in a short period of time. We don't know if Emily did anything to, like, pulling on the feet of her baby. We don't know that. We have no idea what happened in that bathroom. All we know is that when she went in there, there was nothing coming out of her body, nothing had exited the cervix, and then after, almost the entire baby's out. And there's other intervening causes that could have broken this sequence. The EMT response, and I certainly don't mean to beat up on the EMTs, they did the best they could. Fact is, they don't have much training in neonatal care. They arrived, their testimony, they were clearly, they were trying to protect themselves. The testimony of Mickey is that, they didn't act with urgency, of Mickey Huffle. They did not act with urgency. They were hoping that Angela Hock could birth this baby because they knew that they didn't have the training to respond. And with the testimony of Dr. Bowen, combined with their testimony was that the baby had good color, and that after it was totally born, that color deteriorated. And that testimony was from paramedic Hurd. Hurd was the one who started chest compressions. And the testimony of the paramedics, it demonstrates that they're not properly trained in neonatal care. Hurd testified that a respiratory rate of a neonate is between 140, but that as far as resuscitation, they basically treat a neonate the same as an older child. Paramedic Harold, he gave the respiratory rate as 40 to 60. I asked paramedic Harold whether there were any life-saving interventions in that OB kit. He said there was a syringe. Then he later testified that the syringe could be a life-saving intervention because it could suction the nose and mouth, so that when you provide oxygen, that there'd be an open airway to get that oxygen in. He testified that that wasn't used. Dr. Bowen testified that, according to his review of the records, this baby was born 10 minutes before it got to the hospital. That's an intervening cause that breaks the chain of causation. In short, Your Honor, the elements have not been met, particularly the child and the proximate cause elements. What has been adduced by the prosecution would not even be enough to satisfy a civil standard if this case were being heard in that context. It's certainly not high enough to satisfy a criminal standard. It's not even close, and that's why it's appropriate for the court to grant the motion to dismiss. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any response?
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want me to address all the issues, or is there a particular one you're
I'm most particular the minor child definition.
Judge, as to the things I think we've proven, obviously the court understands the crime occurred when Ms. Hock spent 2 to 3 minutes explaining the dangers of this when she was putting herself out as an expert. But as to the minor child, Judge, you have to look at the criminal statutes, and regardless of what legislative history has, and regardless of what is in the abortion statutes and all the other places, we need to start with the criminal code. And the criminal code, obviously for this child abuse charge, we have, it's a minor child. The legislature has went back and looked at this idea of an unborn child, and they created some statutes of assault and homicide on an unborn child. And the unborn child is defined by statute. It means an individual member of the species Homo sapiens at any stage of development in utero. This crime begins when Vera was leaving the uterus. The moment her foot is starting to show and the toes are showing, she's coming out of her uterus in that intrapartum stage. And it really is kind of a case of first impression in that, because arguably it's not in utero and it's not yet a minor child, but she was a living human being coming out of Emily Noe's body. That same unborn child statute goes on to say, development in utero, but then says, who was alive at the time of the homicidal act and died as a result thereof, whether before, during, or after birth. So clearly, what the legislature was accounting for is this idea that we're going to create a statute. And the example would be, Judge, someone who is stabbing a pregnant mother and stabs the stomach and injures or harms that child in utero. But what the legislature has said, we got to account for the fact that that baby might initially live. That person's raced to the hospital, gets out and is born, is treated, and maybe lives a few days, but eventually succumbs to those injuries. Baby's no longer in utero, and so they're identifying that the in utero is for the actual crime charged, and that there's this intrapartum period. So, Judge, the defense is ignoring that period. That baby was alive, ultimately was born alive, well, technically dead as testified by Dr. Bowen, but resuscitated eventually. But this was a minor child under the statutes, and it defies logic to suggest basically, I mean, to buy the defense argument, that interpartum stage is nothing. So you can kill a baby in utero, you can kill them when they're fully born, but whatever you do to them during that time period isn't a crime. That's what you have to believe if you buy the defense argument. So, Judge, I'll spend more time paying attention to that in closing arguments, but this is, we've met the prima facie case, and I'd ask that you deny the motion to dismiss.
All right, the motion to dismiss is overruled at this time. We're going to take a brief recess for about 10 minutes, our usual mid-morning recess. And when we come out here, we're going to hold a sensitive hearing, so I'm going to direct the cameras be turned off for that hearing. And then after that hearing's over, we'll turn back on. All right? All right, so parties excused. swear affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, please sit. You may proceed.
James J. Reisinger, Reisinger.
You're employed by the Omaha Police Department.
I am.
How long?
Almost 19 years.
What's your current rank?
My current rank is officer.
Okay. And on June the 17th of 2019, were you employed as an Omaha police officer?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to do an interview with an Emily Noe?
I did.
And as part of your duties, did you have an opportunity to prepare a report of that interview?
I did.
And after preparing that report, have you been able to review it?
I have.
Okay. If at any time today you need to refresh your recollection, I'll provide that report to you.
Thank you.
So on the 17th, you went to the NICO unit, which is at UNMC, fair?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose was to interview an Emily Noe?
Yes.
And I imagine that you were very respectful of Miss Noe based upon the circumstances of why you were visiting with her.
I believe so.
Yes. And initially, when you approached Miss Noe, did she tell you that she didn't think the interview was necessary?
She did.
Okay. And you asked for her consent to record it, and she was not willing to do so.
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you proceed with the interview?
We did.
And did you start out talking about the events regarding her prenatal care?
Yes.
And did she tell you that she'd only been to a doctor 2 or 3 times during her entire pregnancies, and those appointments were on the Offutt Air Force Base?
That's correct.
Did she describe her pregnancy as normal?
Yes.
And did she tell you that when she went to the medical center at Offutt, that she often didn't see the same doctor? She often saw a different doctor every time.
That's correct.
And that she had last gone in for her appointment in mid-April.
I'm not exactly sure, but that sounds about right.
Mid-April or March?
Yes.
Okay. And did she advise that during this last pregnancy she had worked with a midwife?
During her first pregnancy, or?
Well, during the pregnancy that she was at the NICU unit for.
Yes.
Okay. The name of the midwife was Angee Hock?
That's correct.
Okay. And did she tell you that Miss Hock was also involved with the birth of her first child as a midwife?
Yes.
And did she go through the events that led up to her birth and delivery?
Yes.
Did she tell you that at approximately 9 o'clock on the evening her water broke, she called Miss Hock?
Yes.
And that Miss Hock arrived about 6 a.m.?
That's correct. The following morning.
To her residence?
Yes.
And the purpose of Miss Hock doing that was to assist with the delivery?
Correct.
And you inquired about a birthing agreement or a birthing contract with Miss Hock?
Yes.
Okay. And she advised that she believed that she had entered into such agreement?
Yes.
And that the physician that she saw at Offutt Air Force Base was a Dr. McBee?
She did advise that, yes.
Okay. And with respect to appointments with Miss Hock, did she tell you that she drove out to Kearney about 2 times to visit with Ms. Hock,
Yes.
and that the reason that she didn't visit with Ms. Hock more than 2 times was largely because she didn't want to take that trip to Kearney.
That's correct.
That during the time of the delivery in her residence, her husband was present, Creighton Noe,
Yes.
and she described and named their first child as Sabre Noe,
Yes.
and that during the birth at the house, that her younger child was with her godparents.
Yes.
You inquired about Ms. Hock's training,
Yes.
and Ms. Noe advised that Ms. Hock attends conferences and had been a midwife in Haiti for years, delivering many babies.
That's correct.
She gave her opinion that Ms. Hock...
Objection. It's the province of the jury and improper opinion that of the witness Emily Noe has on Angee Hock.
It's a lay witness opinion, Judge.
Overruled. He may answer.
Did Ms. Noe advise you that Ms. Hock was an excellent midwife
Yes, she did.
and that she didn't understand the need for an interview
Correct.
because the complications with Vera were due to oxygen deprivation, which in her opinion just happens?
That's correct.
Did she tell you that the practice of Ms. Hock when she arrived at 6 in the morning was to set up her stuff and set up for the delivery?
Yes.
And did Ms. Noe herself directly tell you that she prefers a more hands-off, unassisted approach to childbirth?
She did.
Did Ms. Noe advise that she was having contractions at an unknown time?
Yes.
That Ms. Hock would assess her progress?
Yes.
And that during one of the assessments, both Ms. Hock and Ms. Noe observed a foot protruding from Ms. Noe's vagina as opposed to the baby's head?
Correct.
Ms. Noe advised that Ms. Hock told her that it was up to Ms. Noe to decide if she wanted to continue with an at-home childbirth, correct?
Correct.
Or Ms. Hock was trained in delivering breech babies.
Yes.
Did Ms. Noe advise you that Ms. Noe herself decided to stay at the home and try a little longer?
Yes, she did.
And that she estimated approximately 30 minutes more,
Yes.
after which the baby was delivered up to its shoulders.
Yes.
And Ms. Hock then realized that she was not able to deliver the baby, that after she was not able to deliver the baby, she told the baby's father, Creighton Noe, to call 911.
Correct.
Ms. Noe advised the ambulance arrived quickly
Yes.
and took her and the baby to the hospital.
Yes.
She then stated it's nobody's fault.
Yes.
Sometimes the babies just die.
Yes.
You noted that her demeanor seemed distinct and detached from the situation.
I object this in this statement. Why not just ask the officer what he thought of her demeanor in leading?
Sure, what was Ms. Noe's demeanor like?
She just seemed like she was real detached from the situation and just very nonchalant about the whole thing.
Okay. Did you find her sometimes to be evasive in her answers?
Yes.
And then did she repeat that this is no one's fault and that Ms. Hock was an excellent midwife?
Yes.
You were able to get her to sign a release of medical records for herself and for the baby,
Yes.
but she wouldn't give permission to search the house.
Correct.
The interview ended at 2 o'clock
Yes,
with her advising that she wanted to return and be with her child.
correct.
You briefly spoke with Creighton Noe.
Yes,
At the time, he was holding a baby
yes,
and was grieving.
yes,
You then said that you'd be in contact at a later time.
yes.
Officer Reisinger, do you take particular care when you prepare reports?
I do.
Because in your 19 years or so of law enforcement, you understand that that report will be made available to the prosecutor
Yes,
and to defense counsel,
yes,
and that you may be called on to testify as to the truthfulness and reliability of the report.
yes,
And this interview happened back in June of 2019. You've had an opportunity to make any changes if you thought that the report was incorrect.
yes,
And as you testified today, was the conversation that you had with Mrs. Noe and Mr. Creighton Noe accurate and to the best of the ability, the way the conversation went?
yes.
No further questions.
Is one of the reasons Ms. Noe told you that she was going to continue with home birth was because Ms. Hock was trained in delivering breech babies?
Yes.
What did she tell you about what she knew Ms. Hock's training to be?
She was not aware of any, excuse me, of any schooling or credentials or anything like that, but she said she'd gone to many conferences and seminars and had attended many, she said, births in Haiti.
Tell you whether or not she had any problems with her pregnancy?
Ms. Noe said she did not have any problems with this current pregnancy.
I have no other questions of this witness.
Any redirect?
No, no.
All right, sir, you step down, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, officer. I would offer Exhibit 134, Judge. This is an interview that was done of Ms. Hock by Lisa Crouch on June the 19th, 2019 at Offutt Air Force Base. I would offer it into evidence and would request the opportunity to publish it.
Any objection, Mrs. Jacobson?
Just the objection previously stated, but I do not object to the foundation. That's a true and accurate copy, and everything he said is correct.
All right, your first objection is overruled. I'll receive the Exhibit 134 and allow Mr. Thornton to play it for me.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Play it for me in open court.
Yes.
Yeah.
Judge?
And I understand it's just the audio, correct?
Yes, Judge. I talked with Ms. Jacobson. I have a transcript that's been done of this for a courtesy copy, if you will, Judge. I don't think Ms. Jacobson has an objection to me providing it to you so that it makes it easier for you to understand.
That's true. I think we should have, did you mark it?
Yeah, I think we need to mark it.
And I would just state, I have reviewed it. I do not know if it's a perfect copy, but I think the court can obviously, if you hear something different than in the transcript, I would trust that you would consider the actual recording rather than the transcript.
Sure. And it's marked as exhibit number.
Just a second, I haven't.
Oh. Yes. I'll receive exhibit number 144. It's a transcript of the audio we're about to listen to for the purposes of accuracy. Go ahead. You may play the video or the audio.
Each other is right there. Is that one of those, well, obviously it's strawberry, but is it one of the teas? Those are good.
I haven't tried it before today.
Do you like them?
It's okay.
Emily, what's your date of birth?
12/29/93.
I've got your address and everything. What's a good phone number? Or you gave me your phone number when I stopped at your house. Are you from Omaha?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to high school?
I'm Clyde.
What year did you graduate?
12.
And then did you go to college?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Concordia.
Did you like Concordia?
No.
You didn't? What didn't you like about it?
My friends are judgmental.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. I don't like Catholics.
Or were you raised Catholic? Okay. Did you graduate from Concordia?
Yeah.
What's your degree in?
Studio arts.
Oh, cool. I'd love to have a degree in that. Are you working now? Where do you work?
Museum.
Which one?
Children's.
Oh, nice. Another awesome place to be. Do you have set hours there, or are you set vary?
Yeah, they can vary sometimes.
Okay. Are you pretty much Monday through Friday, or do you have to work weekends too?
It just depends.
Okay. Okay, tell me a little bit about who's living in your house right now.
Just us.
You and Creighton?
Yeah.
And then you have an older daughter, correct?
Yeah.
And her name?
Sarah.
What's her date of birth?
11/23. 17.
So tell me about your pregnancy with Zebra. How was that?
You said that? Fine.
Did you have a normal pregnancy?
It's the same as this one.
Any issues with your pregnancy with Zebra? Were you sick or
No, I don't get pregnancy symptoms.
no morning sickness?
No.
You're lucky. And Zebra was delivered how many weeks along?
37.
Okay. And then tell me about that delivery. How'd that delivery go?
It started fine, and then I stalled, and we transferred, and they C-sectioned.
Okay. When you stalled, what do you mean by that?
Just no more contractions. She just quit trying.
Okay. And then where did you transfer to?
Bellevue.
Okay. And so was that an at-home birth? And you did that with no drugs?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
feels fine.
Can you feel okay about all that?
Yeah.
Okay. How about after she was born? Did she have any medical issues?
No, it's just the average jaundice.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
My kids have had that too. Did she see a pediatrician?
A few times.
Who did she go to?
Nice. It's whoever they have.
What are your thoughts about the base medical care?
It depends. Who you see. I don't like the women's clinic, but I think the peds are okay, and I think they're family doctors. It depends who you get. I've had ones I liked, and I've had ones I don't.
Okay. Do you have to see somebody different every time you come here?
I have a set PCM for, like, if him and I need something. I think she has a set pediatrician, but they're on teams as well, so you might get a team member.
Uh-huh.
And then the women's clinic, it's whoever they schedule you.
Okay. So like with Sabre, did you breastfeed or bottle feed?
She's bottle.
Okay. All right. And then tell me about your pregnancy with Vera.
It's the same. Just no symptoms.
No sickness. Okay. Have you ever had high blood pressure or anything during either of your pregnancies?
No.
Okay. So I understand you went into labor on Friday. Is that right? About what time?
9.
And how did you know you were in labor?
Water breaks every time.
It breaks first?
Yeah.
Okay. So then were you having contractions at that time?
Maybe by midnight or so.
See, I was just curious about that. So, like my kids, the water broke and then I had immediate contractions, but your water broke and then you had a wait, so you felt contractions?
Yeah.
So about midnight then on Friday the contractions started?
Yeah, but like super mild.
Were you
Just
even
like-
timing them or were they just so mild?
I don't know how to.
Okay. So tell me how your night went Friday to Saturday.
Water broke. I called her, let her know. She had me test it make sure it's amniotic fluid. It tested positive. She said when I got to like more intense, closer contractions, she'd head out. Because my last one was like days. So that way she's not out, forever. And then I called him and he came home and we cleaned the house and our friends came over and they stayed for a little bit. And then they went home and she came in the morning and she set up and put her stuff in and we just kind of chilled, ready for things to progress.
What time did she get there?
Like 6 or so.
On
Saturday morning.
Okay. So when you said you cleaned the house and stuff and had friends over, that was...
Overnight, we didn't sleep.
You didn't sleep all overnight?
No, because they build up and then it's not comfortable and the house was dirty and I didn't get like the nesting thing and it just put off cleaning. So
I get it. Totally get it. What friends did you have over?
Just our friends, Kelly and Angee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did they stay up all night also?
No, they only stayed for 2 hours. They brought us ice cream and sodas.
So you guys hung out, cleaned, and how do you test for the amniotic fluid?
It's like a tester, giant Q-tip thing it has some sort of chemical
Okay.
on it.
So then when did you said her, you notified her. Who are you talking about?
My midwife,
What's her name?
Angee.
Do you know her last name?
Hock.
Okay. So what time did you think you notified her?
Barely broke at 9.
At 9 o'clock Friday night. Okay. I can't believe you didn't sleep. Although, no, I can't. I got 3 kids, so I kind of get it.
Last time either.
Okay, and so she got there, you said, what time Saturday?
6.
Okay. Do you know where your contractions were at about the time she got there?
Comfortable, but more intense.
Were you timing them or have any idea about how far apart they were?
Maybe estimatedly 3 to 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 to 3 minutes?
Maybe.
Okay. So tell me how your day went Saturday, like at 6 o'clock on Saturday. Were you comfortable moving around?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
We just chatted and hung out and stayed in the bedroom and talked.
Were you in your bedroom, you and Creighton's bedroom? And when you said that Angee comes in and sets up, like, what do you mean?
She brings, she has a duffel with everything she needs, and she brings, obviously, a personal suitcase in case she needs to stay, and she brought, another bag with stuff.
Okay.
We put her stuff in the guest bedroom, and she had, her, midwifery stuff in our bedroom.
Well, she had an assistant, right? And what was her name?
Nikki, I don't know her last name.
Okay. Describe her to me.
Charming.
Like, yeah,
She's older. She's like a grandma.
okay. Do you know, is she from the Omaha area, or do you know where she's from?
Probably Kearney.
Do you know, did they ride together
I think
to
so.
Omaha? Denise said her name's Mickey. So tell me, like, what she does. Does she just...
She's more of a doula than anything.
Okay.
She's hands off. She's there to just hand things and be emotional support.
Perfect. So tell me, like, what the doula just helps you with, more of the breathing and calming and...
She, so if I was being too tense, she would remind me to relax. Or suggest to move into a better position.
Okay.
Or to try to sleep. Or just a calming conversation. She's like the grandma you wish everyone had.
Yeah. So, okay, 6 o'clock Saturday, contractions estimated 2 to 3 minutes, and you're just laying in bed having conversation?
Yeah, we're walking around.
Okay. How'd things progress then during, if you skip forward to 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday? How were you about then?
I think it was kind of the same. Like I said, I was getting a little stalled. It was seeming like it wasn't progressing, or it just kind of had a mid-row, but it was still contracting. And I took a bath, and I fell asleep in the bath. And I slept a lot more during this labor than I did last time. And she'd check in on me, and Nikki stayed pretty much with us the entire time. And she would nap too, just so she's, energized. Sure. And Creighton would hang out with us or sleep or go tend to something, or he took care of her daughter when she woke up.
Now, was your daughter there the whole time?
No, just for a few hours.
So what time did she go?
Noonish, I don't know.
Did she go with grandparents, or?
No, Telly and Angee picked her up there, her godparents.
What are their names again?
Telly and Angee.
Telly and Angee? Okay.
2 Angees.
So they came and got Sabra and took her. Yeah. And so, and you said that was about noon Saturday, roughly?
Yeah.
And where were you at feeling-wise noonish?
Kind of same. Most of the day it was just kind of plateaued.
Okay. When would you say then it started to increase, or your contractions became stronger, or the timing changed?
It felt different maybe in the afternoon.
About what time?
3-ish.
Okay. And what changed?
Just way more intense and more painful.
Okay.
Not unbearing, but less comfortable.
Were they becoming more, I can't think of what I'm trying to say, closer together?
See, I don't know, because I don't have, a good scale of reference of how, a contraction should feel, how it should.
Okay. Now, was she checking you?
No, I don't want to be.
Okay.
She only did it once, and it was at, she usually will wait till she thinks you're, at the end, versus, how a hospital checks you, every 5 minutes, and I personally don't agree with that.
Okay. So when was it that she checked you?
Maybe 5 or 6 p.m.
On Saturday night? And do you know what you were at when she checked you?
But I must have been fully there, because maybe it was later in the evening. I don't remember.
So sometime in the evening on Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay. And she said fully dilated, fully effaced?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying that, or do you know what indicated to you that you were there ready to go?
I kept describing to her, I felt a weird feeling. And So then she wanted to check me, because she also was noticing that I was being, like, acting correctly to be pushing, but I wasn't getting anywhere. And so she checked, and she noticed it was breech because there was a foot.
Okay, so that was about the evening on Saturday?
Yeah, it'd have to be later in the evening than I'm thinking, though.
Okay, what time, like, do you remember, was it dark or was it still light out?
I think it was twilight.
So about sunset time?
7, 8.
7 or 8 Saturday night, you noticed there was a foot.
Yeah, but it was still, like, up in there.
Okay, but she noticed, that's when she checked you, and she noticed the foot, am I right? Okay, I'm just repeating so that I make sure I have it right in my head. Okay, so what happens next?
So she says it's a foot, and she feels externally to make sure of orientation, and confirms it's a breech, which none of my ultrasounds ever showed a breech. And any external, like, feelings prior show she must have flipped at some point.
Okay.
She could have even flipped during labor, which could be why it got to a more intensity of a strange feeling.
Sure.
And so she gave us 2 options. She said we could transfer now, or she said she is trained in breech, and it was up to us. She never, ever pushes anything. Because even with Sabra, like, when I had stalled out, she said we could wait a little longer, or we could transfer if I wasn't comfortable anymore. And I had chosen to transfer then, because I figured if I wasn't progressing, it wasn't going to go anywhere. And I was still not, like, horribly uncomfortable, and I know breech babies can be naturally delivered. And my husband was comfortable staying. So I said, we'll see how we feel, and if it feels wrong, we'll just call it quits and go in. And, like, so I was rested for a bit, and she said, like, maybe she'll get into a better position. And it started to get more painful, like in a different way, like more like lower abdomen. And so then I kind of was like, all right, never mind. And Creighton started packing a bag for me, and then I got a very sudden bathroom urge and went to use our restroom, and it wasn't just restroom needs, it was actual, like, pushing, and, like, she came really, really quickly.
Okay, what time was that?
It was maybe, like, only a half hour from when she noticed it was breached, so maybe close to 9.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she, like, no, but she came really, really quickly at that point. Like, it maybe only took, like, another 15 minutes before she was half out. And I called Angee into the bathroom with me, and I think she was surprised that she was, half out already. And so then she assisted in getting her arms and shoulders out, and then I guess her head just got stuck.
Okay.
But with my first, we couldn't get the head through either. So I don't know if I'm just shaped wrong.
So when you went into the bathroom, you sat down on the toilet and started pushing?
Yeah.
And and then you were able to see that she was about halfway out?
Yeah.
So what portions of her body could you see?
Like, belly down.
So you could see belly down?
Yeah.
Is that when you called Angee in?
Yeah.
And before that time, was anybody in the bathroom with you?
No, but I guess because I didn't call anyone in, and she was letting me just have privacy. Because I also needed restroom needs.
Is that kind of how tell me a little bit about her, or the at-home births, like the philosophy on that. And I know a little bit, but
It's more comforting to be at home. There's less people. No pokes and prods, no checks. I don't need an IV. I don't have intervention-happy people. I don't have surgery-happy people. I don't like hospitals at all. So I don't like to go to one. I don't think I could actually have a labor in one without having a panic attack.
tell me about that.
I
For
just,
you, like, did you have an experience?
I just have really bad childhood PTSD to hospitals.
Okay.
So the only way that would be comfortable for me to have an actual labor delivery would be a home birth route. We researched it, and we found her just before the end of our pregnancy with Sabra. We had a different midwife, and she just wasn't a good fit, and so we ended our contract with her and found Angee.
So how'd you find Angee?
It was a referral.
Okay. Just through a friend?
A Facebook group.
Okay. Do you mind telling me what Facebook?
I don't even remember. I'm not even part of it anymore.
And,
Some probably natural birthing,
okay.
Omaha, whatever.
And tell me, you signed a contract with Angee. Tell me about that contract.
Just basic. Tells you about her certifications. It tells you your expectations as a client, her expectations as a provider, cost, and everything.
What were her certifications?
She lays out that she's uncertified, unlicensed, and she says that she has the correct neonatal trainings and emergency birth skills and different CPR skills, AED skills. She has 2 different breech birth trainings. She has school through a midwifery school. Some other school.
Okay. And how much does that cost usually to pay her?
Like $300 to $400.
$100? $3,000 to $4,000?
Yeah.
Do you have to pay that in cash, or do you have to pay that?
PayPal, cash, check,
Okay.
whatever you're more comfortable. She's obviously not a network provider, so I can't use
Sure.
insurance.
And when did you sign that contract with her?
A few months ago.
Okay.
I could have done it sooner, I just didn't.
So do you have to sign something then, at the conclusion of the birth or after the birth or anything?
Part of her contract?
Yeah, or did you just sign the one contract and
Yeah,
that's
you just
your
signed
only?
the one contract.
Okay. Let's try to think what other question. Oh, and tell me about your PTSD from childhood. You don't want to talk about it, but you do not like hospitals. So I work out at Project Harmon. So I work with children on a daily basis, and it's a child advocacy center. So it's very child-centered. So I get a lot of that, okay? And I respect that you don't want to talk about it. I also respect your dislike of hospitals and all of that. So, do you take any medications or anything that you have to take on a regular basis?
I take a prenatal when I need it, and I take birth control when I need it.
Okay. For birth control, you're just on a regular pill?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to think of other questions I have. At some point, did she have to cut and attempt to get baby out? Do you know?
When the EMTs got there, honestly, they obviously looked like they didn't know how to handle a labor situation. They were all really friendly. There was a lot of strange men.
It's a little uncomfortable when you're in a birthing situation.
Yeah, it was not expected. But, like, she recognized that I couldn't get her out, and she couldn't assist in getting her out, so she did the next best thing, and didn't want to do a self-transfer, obviously, and ambulance was required. And, yeah, I think there was, like, 3 or 5 guys all of a sudden around me, and they took their orders from her, because, yeah, they obviously didn't have proper training in this type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I've heard most EMTs don't.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so they were gonna do the
episiotomy.
You can never say
I
it.
know.
Yeah. Which I really didn't want.
Uh-huh.
But and they had her do it because they didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Okay.
But they had her use their scissors, and all their scissors were dull.
Oh, goodness.
So she used 3 different scissors for 3 different cuts, but all like in a line,
Uh-huh.
you know. But she said, like, even with that, like, she didn't get through the tissue very deeply.
Mm-hmm.
And it only needed 2 stitches, so it must be really tiny. And she said, after the fact, like, it was less so to assist for baby, but more so to assist for hands of people to help,
Mm-hmm.
to make more room for people to assist rather than for baby to get out.
Right.
Since that wasn't where baby was caught.
Mm-hmm. Then when you went in the squad, right? The ambulance. Who was in the ambulance with you?
3 or 4 EMTs only.
Okay. Did Angee go with you to the hospital?
She was gonna follow us, and she got a flat tire.
Okay.
So, and Creighton followed behind because they said that he couldn't ride in either of the 2 ambulances that came, because I feel like there was 2 of them. But no, they were trying to get her out in the ambulance too, and I was just too fatigued to push anymore. But then I got a urge to push.
Mm-hmm.
Like I must have just waited enough time, and like they like had me half unhooked on their very ricochet-ish ride, and they like flattened me very like in half, and then like I had like a good push, and she came out like, and I could definitely feel it was a pressurized freedom.
Yeah.
But yeah, she didn't cry, and because they were trying to oxygenate her before she came out, which I don't know how they were trying to do that, since her head was like, she was in from like neck up.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how, but I could feel like air down there. So it was a weird feeling. And then they again tried to, when she came out too, but they weren't getting a good seal on her face.
Mm-hmm.
And then they didn't have cord clamps in the ambulance, like their maternity pack wasn't properly packed, so they didn't have the cutters and they didn't have clamps, and they were debating if they should just hold it tight and use a scalpel. And by that point, they were like so close to the hospital that they said it didn't matter, that they would let the hospital staff do it. And I don't even remember them separating her, because she was just not there all of a sudden, and then they told me they had shipped her off somewhere else in the ER.
Okay. What about Mickey? Did she go along?
They drove together, so they would have both been in the flat-tired car.
So then,
Because I guess she called Creighton, or Angee called Creighton or texted him that they had a car issue.
so now you delivered in the bathroom. Is that just off of your master bedroom, or?
There was only one bathroom upstairs.
And was there blood?
In the bathroom?
Yeah. No.
No.
There was no. When she came partially out,
No.
there was no.
No.
Okay.
I don't think there was any blood until the
episiotomy.
yeah, and I remember seeing it on the floor. It was like literally like a quarter-size drop or something on the floor. It wasn't like anything.
Where were you when your water broke?
Living room.
On the couch? Oh, shoot. Always happens in the worst places,
Yes,
right?
I'm still waiting for my cushion covers to air dry. Like I've washed them and I have to line dry them. They're taking forever. I just want the couch to have full cushions again. Looks awful.
All right. Trying to think then. Were you admitted to the hospital then Saturday night?
Yeah.
And you stayed over?
Yeah.
Okay. So they could treat you and stitches and everything. Did Angee or Mickey come to the hospital at all then afterwards?
No, they headed back to Kearney after, but we told them, like, we gave them an update of how we were doing, and so we, basically we were like, you can head home, like, it's fine, and so they said they'd come back, and so she checked on me yesterday morning.
Did she come back and check on you, or just, okay. Was she there, what time did we stop?
No.
After she wasn't there then? Okay.
No. She came after. No,
And
she came and checked on us, see how we were feeling and how I was physically feeling after her.
And how are you feeling?
I'm sore.
Mm-hmm.
It's normal. I mean, I had a C-section last time, so I feel marginally better.
Now you said with Sabra, you had the same problem where the head got stuck.
But she was oriented correctly.
And then that was at the point that you guys transferred to LB Medical. Okay. Prenatal care, you said you came here, right?
I do a very hybridish. I do a little here, I do a little through EPS, I do a little through Angee.
Through where?
EPS,
What is that?
East Central Pregnancy Services.
East Central Pregnancy Services?
Yeah, they'll do my first trimester.
Okay.
So they'll do an official, like, confirmation pregnancy test. They do a confirmation ultrasound, and then they'll give you some prenatal vitamins and resources for support and different options. So I use them for the first trimester, and then I usually will check in with Base like once or twice, and then I'll usually check in with Angee like twice.
And so your last check, or do you remember who that was with and when?
We went and saw Angee maybe a month ago.
Did you go out to Kearney to see her? Okay. And she doesn't do ultrasound, she just does the feel?
No, she just bundle check, like the length, blood pressure. She checks your urine if you want it done, and and then she feels. Okay. And she Dopplers if you want it.
And she does that out of her house, right?
She has an office in her house.
And was your blood pressure okay at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time I had my blood pressure checked at any place, it was fine.
Okay. I'm trying to think of any other questions I have for you. I really appreciate you talking with me today.
She's really good at her job. I think it was just a
Just kind of
bodily issue.
about your feeling. I mean, you talked to me about your feelings about hospitals and medical care and that kind of thing. But just your thoughts, your philosophies on pregnancy and childbirth and...
I think if you're high risk, then yes, you should have as much care as you should. I think if you're uncomplicated, then, I think the vitamins are helpful, especially, like, to prevent, I can't remember what it's called now. Oh, it's that defect that you can get early if you don't get enough folic acid.
Is it in the spine?
Yeah. Can leave your back raw
Yes.
when you're born.
I can't think of
I
what
can't
it's
think of
called.
this, but I do think those are important. I do think, like, sporadic checks are important, but I don't think monthly to weekly it's necessary, and I don't need people up in there. And I really am fairly modest, and I like it to be just my husband and I and a very, very small number of people that have been visually there or physically there.
Right. How's Creighton doing with all of this?
He's handling it as best as he can.
How long have you guys been married?
4 years next week.
Oh, anniversary next week. And did you date for quite a while before you were married? How long did you guys date?
3 years. We will be together 7 years this fall.
Okay. Where did you meet?
School.
In Concordia? Okay. So you've been together exclusively for 7 years? That's great. So part of our, like I explained, our protocols that come out, we talk to parents. We just get a basic timeline of what happened. And we have to do this with everyone that happens like this. Sometimes CPS is involved also, and they have their same protocol that they have to come and do that. Have you ever had to deal with them before? Okay. Has Angee mentioned anything about CPS or?
She said it would be very unusual if they came.
Okay. Did she advise what to do if they did, or?
Or maybe it was the first year. Someone said it would be unusual if they came, but that we don't have to talk to them because they're not a government agency.
Okay. And that's what Angee told you guys?
I don't remember if it was her, if it was someone else. We've had a lot of people.
Yeah.
In the past few days. Yeah. Everything's a blur.
Let me just look through my notes here and see if I have any other questions.
Do you think they're coming to talk to us?
I think that they will at some point, and it may be a lot of like questions, just like, I know it's all that you really don't want to deal with at a time like this, but it's just going to be, about your routine, your child care, how you care for Sabra. They just have to come out and make sure everything's okay, because you have to understand that when we have, all our cases are different, and we do have some really horrific cases. So we have to come out with each of these and then decipher and figure out exactly what we have. So that's why we do it. That's why we do it with the police department and CPS also. Their goal is to make sure that children are safe. So they have to come out and go through their same thing, their protocol.
Do we have to talk to them?
I honestly think it's to your benefit.
Do they have to come into our home?
They may ask to see your home, but if you've got a safe home.
I mean, we do. I just don't want anyone.
I know, I get it. I don't like people in my house either, but if it's not a big deal, just let them see your house. She's got a bed, right?
Yeah.
You've got food?
Yeah.
You've got a bathroom to bathe her and let her go to the restroom, to potty train her when she's ready?
She's not quite there yet, but yeah.
But yeah, she's got toys and clothes and diapers.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you have any postpartum after Sabra? Did you feel like you had any? Sometimes we have it and it's untreated, and you don't recognize that you have it. Have you ever felt like that?
Not really.
After your pregnancy with Sabra?
Not really.
Okay. Do you have plans to talk to somebody now?
I don't know. We're talking to one of the base chaplains.
Okay. Is that helpful?
He's really nice.
Okay. Keep that in mind. There's those resources out there. I'll give you my card if you need some or something, but don't be afraid. Sometimes it's nice to go and talk to somebody that's completely removed. I know you like to talk to your husband. I mean, I don't know about your family. No. Are they not supportive?
They have very opinionated views of a lot of things.
Have they been supportive with this?
Specify this.
Your pregnancy, childbirth.
They're not supportive of my choices of home birth because my mom thinks that crunchy granola women should get over it and just go to the hospital. And she doesn't care how I feel about hospitals. And she's a very analytical type, very type A personality. So we don't always see eye to eye on things. And she acts like I found Angee on Craigslist when I really didn't. I wouldn't use her if I didn't trust her. And we've decided for when we're ready again that we'll go through a hospital only because I've had 2 unsuccessful home births, but that we'll use Angee as a doula at the hospital.
Okay.
So I have no resentful feelings towards her. I don't not trust her. I still want her involved in, like, my pregnancies and next births. Just, in a different way, because I must not be a good candidate, personally, for her. And she even suggested I get an x-ray, a pelvic x-ray done to see if it's not maybe shaped correctly, to see if I'm even a good feedback candidate again, or if I should be more cesarean.
Okay. When you had your doctor's visits before you delivered, not the ones with Angee, but the ones at Offutt or at Bellevue, did they have any advice for you on VBAC or C-section, anything?
The OB that it's hard, at the Offutt you see someone different every time, and so I had to very specifically choose one to wrap my appointments around. So, and I kind of halfway like her, but she's better than the others, so it's better than nothing. And she didn't want me to be a VBAC. She just wanted me to C-section, but I don't want another surgery. I don't want to be in that situation. And I wasn't necessarily an unsuccessful VBAC. She did come out fully. So,
What was that doctor's name? Do you remember?
Mrs. McBee.
McBee? And she was here through Offutt?
Yeah, and she's on some sort of assignment right now. I don't know where she is.
Do you remember when that was that you saw her?
A couple months ago.
Okay.
But I don't know, she stressed me out too much, and I couldn't come back for another appointment.
Tell me how she stressed you out.
I don't remember. It was something she said. It triggered me. And I think she was pushing to schedule a C-section, is what it was. She wanted to schedule it, and it was panicking me too much.
Do you have panic attacks?
Only in that setting.
Okay.
It's not a general life thing. It's literally just in hospital-type medical situations.
How long have you had those, or known that you had that?
My entire life.
Okay. And when you get those panic attacks, do they last very long, or?
I just need to leave the space.
Okay.
It's hard to describe. I don't like talking about it, but it really is a PTSD from an event, and it's a very extreme white coat syndrome kind of thing. So I don't like doctors or medical equipment or hospital-like settings. I don't like the sterile smells. I don't like the sounds.
Was it something that happened to you, or something? And how old were you?
3, 4, 5.
Have you talked to somebody about that? Ever?
No, I don't like to.
I understand that it's something that's affecting you. I'm not trying to push, but just be aware that if it's, maybe even it helps to talk to somebody.
It doesn't, because the more I talk about it, the more I see it, and then it doesn't go away.
Okay.
So if I don't talk about it, then it's very far back compartmentalized.
Okay. Tell me about Sabra.
She's happy, adorable. She's a year and a half.
Do you have a picture on your phone?
I have a super card. She looks like great.
Do you have a copy of the agreement with Ms. Hock?
I didn't keep a printed version.
Do you have something on, like an email or something? Would you forward that to me?
I guess.
I'm gonna leave this. Here's my, if you want to do it right now, that'd be great. This is my email right here. And then that's my, this is my fax, but I'm gonna circle this so you can call me. Okay? Even if you have little questions at some point in this, just call me, leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. So you think what this, I'm just trying to, and this is why this is good, because I'll be able to go back and listen to my audio. But sometime between 5 and 7 was when she did the check on you to realize you were fully ready.
It might have been later.
Okay.
This was a few weeks ago.
Oh, she's cute. Blonde hair's adorable.
Yeah, she's blonde and blue-eyed.
And no medical issues with her? No allergies or anything?
No, just nothing.
Were you going to breastfeed or bottle feed with this one?
Bottle. I didn't produce last time.
Okay. Would you mind getting sent
Oh,
now?
yeah, sorry.
Okay. I know Detective Reisinger asked you about a permission to search to go into your residence. And this is what, I mean, I know you like people in your house. A lot of times we will come in and just snap a couple photos. We don't care about mess. I've got 3 kids myself, so my house is a wreck. So at some point when it's convenient for you, would you be willing to let us do that for photographs? Just of like the bedroom and the bathroom.
I don't think either Creighton and I are comfortable with that.
Okay.
No, there's nothing to hide. It just doesn't seem necessary.
Okay. You told Detective Reisinger that Sabra was with her godparents, so is it Angee and Telly that are godparents?
Mm-hmm.
So how long has he been in the Air Force? How long?
4.
Did he do, like, guard or anything, or did he just join after college?
He couldn't go to school anymore, so we needed another option.
Okay. What was he studying?
Marketing.
Okay. Does he plan to go back, or?
He's at UNO now, but he's
good.
changed from a business marketing direction to kinesiology.
What is that?
It's like the study of exercise movement, like kinetics.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So he's looking into like biomechanics and exercise science, and he wants to be a physical therapist.
When you saw that Dr. McBee, did she explain to you or talk to you at all about the risks of VBAC?
Yeah, just the normal, that there's like a 1% chance of like uterine rupture, and that's it.
Okay.
But when she saw my anatomy scan, she kind of had like the look of like, I guess there's nothing wrong with your pregnancy, and there doesn't look anything wrong, like there's no reason you shouldn't be a VBAC.
Mm-hmm. Did you have an ultrasound at all during your pregnancy?
Yeah, I had like 3.
Okay. And your last one was that with Dr. McBee?
Yeah, I would have done a 20-week one.
Okay.
That would have been the last one I think I did.
And you found out the gender
Yeah.
and everything?
Yeah, we do our ultrasounds between base, EPS, and stork vision.
Stork vision?
Yeah, they just do elective ultrasounds out of pocket.
Okay.
It's just for fun.
All right, well, I'm just going to step out. Do you need anything?
No.
You good?
Are they going to be much longer?
Yeah, I'm going to go check and find out. And then we'll see if anybody other questions. I really appreciate you guys coming in today. So, yeah, do you still have a lot of people at your house, or?
People are just kind of coming and going. Will we be receiving an autopsy report, since that was forced upon us anyways?
I honestly don't know if that, I would assume so, that at some point you would be able to have that. I just don't know how that works. That's something I can look into and try and find that out for you.
Okay.
Have you guys made arrangements?
She's with our friends who are morticians, like family friends who happen to have a mortuary, and we're trying to figure out everything.
Okay.
Because it didn't have like a contingency plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing if we can apply for a military grant for this situation.
Okay.
If not, my mom has already planned everything. So.
All right. I'm going to step out. They're still talking. So, I just wanted to give you the opportunity. Do you have any questions about what's going on or anything?
And what was the point?
Well, okay, I'm just going to be straight with you. I mean, there's some concerns about the birth and the birth process and the certifications held by Angee. So there's some concerns about that. And like I said, any baby deaths we deal with them a lot, and we have to go out on and we have to talk to people. So there are some concerns.
Like what?
Like I said, about her certifications or lack of certifications, and what she's doing. Okay. And then I'm going to also explain to you that at this point, contact with her is going to have to cease until this is at least completed for you. Okay. So, and that includes like no texting, no phone calls. If she calls you, you're just going to have to ignore it, let it go to voicemail. Ignore the texts. Okay? I don't want any sort of communication with her to be construed as like, impeding an investigation or anything like that. So that's why I'm saying now that just contact with her needs to cease. Now, I know you told me that you feel she's been helpful to you and good to you and everything like that. But at any point in this, are you concerned Or did you also have some point when you're feeling or wishing that things would have been handled different?
Well, I mean, I wish things were different, but I don't know if it could have been handled differently.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone can know that.
Do you feel like somebody that's properly medically trained would know those signs of when it's imperative to step in?
I just wish the law was different, and then that way, or like they hadn't closed the midwife's place, because that's where we had wanted to go. You know? But the birth centers are not very, it's not really in Nebraska. You know, I want more out-of-hospital options. You know? It doesn't make sense to have a law that says that home birth is not illegal, but having assisted by certified, like proper people is. That doesn't make sense.
So is that the reason that she doesn't hold her certification, is so that she can assist in home births?
Because that's what she loves to do. She's a midwife.
So do you know if she's ever been certified elsewhere?
I don't know. I never asked.
Another state, or?
I don't know.
Because I know, like, she has, what does she call it? Medical provider group, something like that,
Yeah.
that you become a part of.
Yes.
Do you Kelly, can you explain that to me, how that works?
I actually don't understand it. It's just a little, like, membership club. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have to pay to be into it?
No, or...
Is there like a
maybe
one-time fee?
Yeah, maybe it's part of the contract. I don't know.
Do you have any idea how much that is, or?
No, I think... I sent you everything, though.
Okay.
I think maybe there's a document about that in there.
So just, I mean, without anybody else around, without your mom around or anything, I mean, did you at some point have some concerns also that things weren't being handled, or were you I mean, I'm sure at some point you were scared.
I mean, I just needed her to, you know. But I mean, I told him, like I said, I told Creighton when I was ready to start packing a bag. And then, like I said, that urge came too quickly, and then she came very quickly, and then...
That's when you went in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Now, was anybody trying to get in there to help you, or?
No, I mean, Angee knew I was in there, but it was prior to, like, her conversation with me was, like, right at the beginning of, like, you know, are you okay? Do you need anything, kind of thing. And I was like, I just need to use the restroom, you know, and she's like, okay, that might be a baby coming, and I was like, okay, it might be both, I need to, you know, and I just kind of shut the door on her, because I just needed focus and calm.
And then you said it didn't take long?
No, it was very quick.
Okay.
Felt quick, at least.
All right. They're about done, so I'm going to just go check again. I just got a message. So I'm just going to show you these pictures, and can you tell me if this is Angee? Tell me who this is.
Yes, Angee.
What did you say her last name? And then can you identify?
It's Nikki.
Okay. Let's see, like your grandma.
I really like Nikki. She's sweet.
What are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
Just want to go home.
Understand.
They're almost done with it.
They are. You know, he's just going to finish talking to him about a couple things, and then we'll get you guys out of here. Do you have any other questions for me or anything?
Why do you ask about Sabra?
I guess I'm just checking to make sure that you're okay.
She's a lot of fun. She's a lot of fun. loved her having a sister.
Yeah. I'm concerned, honestly. I mean, I hope you're okay. I hope that if you need something at some point that you reach out, or, because husbands are great, but, if you need somebody else to talk to, or somebody that's not right in the mix of it all, too. Somebody that's removed from it, or...
I understand, yeah. He's really my wall.
Yeah.
And everything is perfect.
Yeah. How old are you now?
25.
So you got married when you were 21? And is he the same age, or?
Yeah, he's 36 days older.
Oh, okay.
And Sabre share a birthday.
Oh, they do? Oh. Do you think you guys will have more kids?
Eventually.
Do you have siblings?
I have a brother.
How old?
30.
Are you close?
Yeah.
And so I mentioned your mom, dad. Mom and dad still married, and
Yeah, it's like 30-some years. 35 years. Something like that.
So what part of Omaha did you grow up in?
Benson.
Oh, really? So my mom's side of the family is from the Benson area. So,
Yeah, I like Benson.
yeah.
It's changed a lot.
It has. They used to have an awesome bakery in there. And
Someone told me about that the other day, too, but I don't remember it.
I'm trying to remember what there was like a pastry that was in a big oval, and it used to have they were so good, all the sugar and filling. I can't remember what they're called, but we used to get them there. I remember as a kid, they were so good.
Yeah, my friend just mentioned that yesterday, about the same bakery, and I have no remembrance of it.
It really seems to be thriving, though, with all the new
It's very
businesses.
hipster.
Yeah.
Downtown market now and stuff. I like it, but I liked Grampy's, and I liked the Benson hardware store,
Oh, yeah.
and I liked all the bookstores.
Mm-hmm.
And
So I used to work that on a beat when I was like the afternoon shift in uniform. There used to be a little cafe where I used to go in and say, I can't remember what the name of it was, though.
Leo's?
It might have been Leo's.
It's still there.
Yeah.
It looks a little different. Like, I think it's the same management, but they're starting to strip out, like, the cool 50s feel from it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's just it's wearing out, maybe.
Yeah.
I wish they would just restore it, because, like, the stuff they look like they've used is kind of cheap materials. Doesn't look as nice, but the food's still great, so.
They were always really good to me when I stopped in there. Do you text back and forth with Angee? You do? Did she talk to you at all about, or advise what to do if we came around or CPS came around?
Just be honest.
She said to go ahead and talk to us and be honest.
Yeah.
Do you have any of those conversations on your phone?
No, that was in person.
Okay. Did she ever at any time say that you don't have to talk to us or CPS or?
No. She said just make sure you guys have the proper documentation.
That we have the proper documentation? Like, what do you mean?
I don't know.
Documentation as far as, like, the stuff that you sent to me? Like,
Yeah,
her
she probably
documentation?
thinks that.
All right, 144, exhibit 1, or what's the, exhibit 143? 144 is a transcript, but what was it?
144.
134 has been played to, for me, and it played in open court. And we're now in recess. It's 12:30, so we'll take our noon recess, and we'll be in recess till 1:30. All right? And can attorneys meet me a little earlier, before 1:30, in my chambers? Thank you.
me. You never say I know. Yeah. Which I really didn't want. And they had her do it because they didn't feel comfortable doing it. Okay. But they had her use their scissors, and all their scissors were dull. Oh, goodness. So she used 3 different scissors for 3 different cuts, but all like in a line. But she said, like, even with that, like, she didn't get through the tissue very deeply. And it only needed 2 stitches, so it must be really tiny. And she said,
Without a doubt, this case is tragic. But was it a crime? What happened? There we saw the defendant looking like she was getting a bit emotional listening to that audio recording of the baby's mother talking to police about what happened. Really key to know, folks, if you haven't been following this trial, it might surprise you to know that the baby's mother and father are on the defendant's side. They are on the side of Angela Hock, the unlicensed midwife that they had used to try to safely birth little baby Vera. We want to know what you think about this case. Tweet us at Court TV is our network handle. Let us know. We're going to get you back in the courtroom. Also still following the verdict. Not a peep from Texas yet, but we're approaching the 2-hour mark. This is Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight, a Court TV exclusive.
It was the trial of the year. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
Now, Court TV's Chanley Painter sits down with Camille Vasquez and Johnny Depp's entire legal team.
Is being a part of the world's most high-profile trial, does it have a downside?
Plus, Depp attorney Ben Chu joins us live.
A closing argument special 2-night event. The interview with Johnny Depp's legal team. Tonight, 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
18 or older to order.
Hi everyone, Angee Hock with Nebraska Birthkeeper. So many times I get messages from women that say, I know I can't have a home birth, but... And I'm here to tell you that that's not true.
You have a woman who's acting like she knows what she's doing, but it's a very dire situation.
The priest leads the goat out into the wilderness to the edge of a high cliff and pushes the scapegoat over, killing it. This is what's happening to Angela Hock.
This is a heartbreaking and fascinating case we're watching together in Nebraska. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. So in real time, court is on a lunch break. They're due back in just a couple of minutes. So as soon as they're back and testimony is resuming, we're going to go in live. In the meantime, we're playing for you the key testimony you might have missed if you decided to watch Forensic Files in your true crime at lunchtime break. So here's what's going on here. This woman, Angela or Angee Hock, as folks knew her, she's a mother. She's also a midwife, and in Nebraska, she chose not to get a license and to practice midwifery, apparently without it. And this couple, the Noes, decided to use her for the birth of their baby, Vera. And things did not go well. The baby was deprived of oxygen. The baby had a breech birth. And so it's very, very sad. By the time an EMT got there, the baby was without oxygen for about 10 minutes time. The state of Nebraska is saying this conduct is criminal. The defense is saying it's not. And I think it's really interesting that this case is arguably a civil one, depending on what lawyer you ask, folks. Angee Hock has also chosen to have her case heard by a judge, not a jury. I think that's also smart, so that you don't have the risk of many people being moved by emotion. You're just totally focused on the law. So now the defense team is presenting an audio recording of the baby's mother talking to police about what exactly happened. And the baby's mother isn't present in court. She has said that she's way too traumatized to come back in, but she's still on the side of Angela Hock. And so her defense team's playing this video, detailing, what happened step by step. Let's go back in now where we left off.
And she said, after the fact, it was less so to assist for baby, but more so to assist for hands of people to help, to make more room for people to assist rather than for baby to get out. Since that wasn't where baby was caught.
Then when you went in the squad, right? The ambulance. Who was in the ambulance with you?
3 or 4 EMTs only.
Okay. Did Angee go with you to the hospital?
She was going to follow us, and she got a flat tire.
Okay.
And Creighton followed behind because they said that he couldn't ride in either of the 2 ambulances that came, because I feel like there was 2 of them. But no, they were trying to get her out in the ambulance too, and I was just too fatigued to push anymore. But then I got a urge to push. I must have just waited enough time, and they had me half unhooked, and they're very ricochet-ish ride, and they flattened me very in half. And then I had a good push, and she came out and I could definitely feel it was pressurized. Freedom. But yeah, she didn't cry, and because they were trying to oxygenate her before she came out, which I don't know how they were trying to do that, since her head was she was in from neck up. So I don't know how, but I could feel air down there. So it was a weird feeling. And then they again tried to when she came out too, but they weren't getting a good seal on her face. And then they didn't have cord clamps in the ambulance, the maternity pack wasn't properly packed, so they didn't have the cutters and they didn't have clamps, and they were debating if they should just hold it tight and use a scalpel. And by that point, they were so close to the hospital that they said it didn't matter, that they would let the hospital staff do it. And I don't even remember them separating her, because she was just not there all of a sudden, and then they told me they had shipped her off somewhere. else in the ER.
Okay. What about Mickey? Did she go along?
They drove together, so they would have both been in the flat tire car.
So then,
because I guess she called Creighton, or Angee called Creighton or texted him, but they had a car issue.
so now you delivered in the bathroom. Is that just off of your master bedroom, or?
There was only one bathroom upstairs.
And was there blood
in the bathroom?
Yeah. No.
No.
There was no when she came partially out.
No.
There was no.
No.
Okay.
I don't think there was any blood until the.
Episiotomy.
Yeah, and I remember seeing it on the floor. It was like literally like a quarter-size drop or something on the floor. It wasn't like anything.
Where were you when your water broke?
Living room.
On the couch? Oh, shoot. Always happens in the worst places, right?
I'm still waiting for my cushion covers to air dry. Like I've washed them and I have to line dry them. They're taking forever. And I just want the couch to have little cushions again.
All right. Trying to think then. Were you admitted to the hospital on Saturday night?
Yeah.
And you stayed over?
Yeah.
Okay. So they could treat you and stitches and everything. Did Angee or Mickey come to the hospital at all then afterwards?
No, they headed back to Kearney after, but we told them, like, we gave them an update of how we were doing. And so we, basically were like, you can head home, like, it's fine. And so they said they'd come back. And so she checked on me yesterday morning.
Did she come back and check on you, or just, okay. Was she there? What time did we stop?
No.
After she wasn't there then? Okay.
No. She came after. She checked on us, see how we were feeling and how I was physically feeling after.
And how are you feeling?
I'm sore. Just normal. I mean, I had a C-section last time, so I feel marginally better.
Now you said with Sabra, you had the same problem where the head got stuck.
But she was oriented correctly.
And then that was at the point that you guys transferred to LV Medical. Okay. Prenatal care, you said you came here, right?
I do a very hybridish. I do a little here, I do a little through EPS, I do a little through Angee.
Through where?
EPS.
What is that?
East Central Pregnancy Services.
East Central Pregnancy Services?
Yeah, they'll do my first trimester.
Okay.
So they'll do an official, confirmation pregnancy test.
Was it just me, or did Angela Hock look like she's about to cry there? I have been watching her as we've been listening to that audio recording from the baby's mother, and she just looks like she's getting a little bit emotional. Clearly, there was an attachment there, and these folks all really, really like each other. Remember, the Noe family, they're on the side of Angela Hock here, even though she's being prosecuted by the state of Nebraska. Was it a crime? We'll find out. We have to see if the state meets its burden of proof. And remember, this is a case in front of a judge, also called a non-jury trial. I think that was a smart move, because if you pick 12 people on a case like this that's so heartbreaking, the testimony can be really, really emotional. You don't want anybody judging the facts on emotion. You want it to be judged on the facts as they are in the law as it relates to them. The lunch break that the jury is on should be over shortly. They're due back in any minute. So, as soon as they're back, we're going to take you back there live. In the meantime, let's squeeze in a quick commercial break and look at the verdict clock as we do. 2 hours and 10 minutes on the case in Texas involving former officer Aaron Dean. We're watching that one as well for you folks. Stay with us.
Oh, you may, yeah, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, doctor. I'm Judge Burns. Can you hear me?
This is Judy Oline. I'm going to get Dr. Ophoven. She's right here. Hang on just one moment.
Thank you.
Sorry.
First of all, doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're going to start then your testimony. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Ophoven.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, will you please state your name and office address for the record?
My name is Janice Ophoven. My address is 2616 North Avon Street, Roseville, Minnesota.
And doctor, are you licensed as a physician in any state?
Yes, Minnesota.
And are the standards of care for medicine and medical pathology the same in Minnesota as they are in Nebraska?
Of course.
And how long have you been licensed as a physician?
Since 1971.
And are you specialized in any particular fields of medicine?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist and I've specialized in pediatric forensic pathology.
And are you presently engaged in the practice of your profession, doctor?
Yes, I am.
In what capacity?
I perform independent reviews of cases, most frequently of children where there's a suspicion of abuse or neglect, to provide second opinions about the nature of the injuries and causation.
Thank you, doctor. And where did you receive your undergraduate training and when?
The University of Minnesota. I was invited to join the medical school after 3 years of undergraduate training and was granted a Bachelor of Science degree after 2 years of medical school. That was in 1967. And then I graduated medical school in 1971 at the University of Minnesota.
And did you receive any honors or awards during medical school?
Yes, I was given an award by the faculty honoring me as likely to make an important contribution to medicine. I sat on the Disadvantaged Students Committee, which was a faculty committee to review special applicants for medical school, and I was the the vice president of my medical class.
Doctor, are you a member of any medical societies, organizations, or associations?
Yes, over the years, many. As I've aged, I've been more circumspect, but I am a member of the Pediatric Pathology Society. I am a member of the NAME Association, National Association of Medical Examiners, and I have been a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences in the past, and then various medical organizations like AMA and Minnesota Medical Association.
And doctor, have you received additional specialized training or medical education since your graduation from medical school?
Yes, I have.
Do you have specialized training in pathology?
Yes, I did. First, I did a residency in pediatrics, where and I completed that residency. I undertook a residency in anatomic pathology, which is the study of tissues. I did a pediatric pathology fellowship, and I did a forensic fellowship following all that. And during that interval, also practiced pediatrics for.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, are you a member of the American Board of Pathology?
Well, I applied to the American Board of Pathology for my board certification.
Okay. And what are the special requirements before you receive certification from the American Board of Pathology as a pathologist? Does the applicant for certification have to take special examinations given by the board to receive that certification?
Well, first you have to qualify for the boards, and each set of boards has its own qualification requirements. For anatomic pathology, I had to attend a residency at a certified program. And then I also, in order to qualify for the forensic boards, I had to complete the proper training at a qualified institution that was deemed appropriate for providing the experience. So qualification for boards is the first step. Then you send in the application that verifies your experience and pay a fee, and then you are accepted to sit for the boards. And then you go to a designated city where the boards are being given and undertake what is usually a multiple day testing procedure for anatomic and forensic. There's both written and hands-on laboratory. And after you've completed the exam, you then either pass or you don't pass. And if you pass, then you are you are certified as board certified.
And doctor, do you subscribe to professional journals or publications? And if so, in what areas?
I subscribe to the New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal of American Medical Association. I get some pediatric pathology journals and a medical examiner's journal.
Have you ever worked as a coroner or a medical examiner?
Yes, in multiple offices over the years. 4 separate offices within the state of Minnesota, and I've also consulted with offices around the state and in the region.
And have you worked with hospital systems?
Yes, I was a staff member at the Children's Hospital for a number of years, and while in that location was responsible for guiding the medical staff and the credentialing committees to mechanisms for approving quality of care and examining errors in medicine where learning from our mistakes was an important aspect of continuing education.
And doctor, do you have knowledge and experience with obstetrics and childbirth? And are those topics relevant to your work as a pediatric forensic pathologist?
Yes, from a number of angles. The first is I was trained in obstetrics during medical school, and performed deliveries on a number of cases. I also was in charge of the maternal and fetal mortality pathology review conference at the Children's Hospital, where I ran the lab for many years, and was responsible for bringing those cases to the OBGYN and neonatal committees for review and discussion of opportunities for improvement. I performed a number of autopsies over the years on young infants who died during the course of labor and delivery, as well as stillbirths and infants that died following complications of labor and delivery. And then over the years have served as a consultant in civil cases having to do with perinatal asphyxia for both plaintiffs and defense.
Thank you, Doctor. And have you also had affiliation with any universities or academic institutions over the course of your professional career?
Yes, I was I don't know what that was. Okay.
Oh, you can answer, Doctor.
I can't hear if there's an objection. Am I missing? Or?
No, there was no objection communicated
Okay,
at this moment. It's all right.
I'm sorry, I forgot the
The
question.
question was whether you've had affiliation with universities or academic institutions.
Yes, I was an adjunct professor in pediatric pathology at the University of Minnesota for a number of years.
And have you authored any articles, papers, or books for either general publication or private circulation related to your field of expertise?
Yes, I've authored a number of book chapters, invited book chapters in textbooks of pathology on pediatric forensic pathology and the investigation of unexpected injury and death in childhood, as well as a number of publications covering areas of neonatal resuscitation and airway management, neonatal nutrition, as well as case reports in forensic pathology.
Thank you, Dr. Ophoven. Dr. Ophoven, are you familiar with a copy of your curriculum vitae that is dated December 12th, 2022, and is 12 pages long?
Yes.
Is this document an accurate reflection of your education and professional experience?
Yes.
I'd like to offer Janice. Oh, yes, I'm going to have it marked first.
What exhibit number is it? 125? 145? 145 is offered and received into evidence, the doctor's curriculum vitae.
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court to recognize Janice Ophoven as an expert in the field of forensic pediatric pathology.
Any objection to that?
I don't think that's a practice in
I don't think that's a practice in Omaha or Nebraska, but for what it's worth, I will note it. She is an expert.
Okay. Dr. Ophoven, does your work as a pathologist include the performance of autopsies on dead persons?
Yes, it has.
And what generally takes place during an autopsy, and what are you trying to determine?
Well, ultimately, the responsibility for the performance of a medical examiner or forensic autopsy is authorized by the state and guided by state rules. And those cases that are typically referred for forensic analysis are those of individuals who have died suddenly and unexpectedly, or have died following complications of non-natural disease. So it's the purpose of the forensic pathologist to identify the necessary information that needs to be collected, the performance of an examination of the body and the various materials associated with that examination, and then an analysis of what the key findings are, such as we answer two basic questions. One, what was the cause or the contributing factors to the fatality? And the second is the manner or circumstance under which that cause came to be.
And how do you go about determining the cause of death?
Well, there's standards of practice that are used depending on the training and experience of the examiner. In the case of a sudden neonatal death or a death associated with problems having to do with the pregnancy, one needs to get the history of the pregnancy itself and a good handle on the health and well-being of the mother, the details of the labor and delivery, and then of course the critical facts as it relates to attempts at resuscitation, and all of that needs to be collected and organized for examination. And then the examination of the body itself, which is a pretty standard practice among forensic pathologists, very carefully examining the body and performing specific measurements of a newborn, and assessing whether or not there appeared to be any growth and development issues or abnormalities, and then a meticulous dissection of the internal organs of the body, and following that, the performance of a routine number of tests on the tissues and fluids to determine presence or absence of injury or disease. Following all of that, then the determination of cause and manner of death is formed.
Thank you, Doctor. And does your work involve reviewing cases where there's been an accusation that a child died as the result of abuse and neglect?
That's the main substance of the work that I do. And over the years, I have conducted investigations or participated in investigations of many children who have I guess I'm hearing some echo or something, who have presented with injuries.
Let me interrupt you a second. You for some reason froze for a second, so we can continue. Go ahead. We're hearing.
Okay. So I have participated in the investigation of many hundreds of cases over the course of my 40-year practice, both for the state, for law enforcement, as well as providing second opinions on behalf of people who have been accused of injuring their children.
And have you worked on cases that involved the allegation of abuse and neglect with regard to a newborn?
Well, yeah, perinatal. I've worked on cases where charges against the mother for loss, fetal loss, or potential charges for fetal loss associated with drug abuse. That's, I think, only one case. Otherwise, most of the cases have dealt with children. Have been civil cases where concerns raised regarding the care that was provided was brought.
And how do you determine whether a baby died as a result of abuse or neglect, as opposed to concluding that the death was accidental?
Well, that's a very important question in my work, because there are no universally accepted criteria for the diagnosis of abuse. Like there are for heart attacks and brain tumors and infections and so forth. There's standard criteria that are applied for assigning a diagnosis. There are no universally accepted criteria for the diagnosis based on science of child abuse. So the determination starts with suspicion in the presence of injuries or abnormalities, and then it largely falls to the person making the accusation to support their findings that when they determine it that it's from abuse. Most cases of child abuse, the evidence is very obvious.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, what is neonatal hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy. It's a term that we abbreviate as HI. I'm getting an echo. Are you getting an echo?
We hear you fine,
Okay.
Doctor.
Okay, good. The hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy refers to damage to the brain that is the consequence of failed circulation of oxygen and blood to the brain cells. It's a diagnosis that's based on clinical findings, typically identified in a diagnostic imaging or scans that show that the brain has altered anatomy from brain swelling and increased pressure. But in the case of a fatality, then there's a very specific pattern of damage to the brain substance that identifies mostly edema, which is excess fluid in the tissue that you can identify microscopically, and then an alteration of the nerve cells themselves. The neurons become shrink and turn a red color under routine staining, and the combination of that edema and altered neurons throughout the brain substance is the basis for that diagnosis.
And what you said that you can abbreviate it as HIE, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy.
I'll call it
It's a little bit
HIE.
easier.
What causes HIE?
Well, anything that interferes with the body's ability to deliver oxygen to the brain. So you can get trauma, for instance, that causes pressure inside the brain to go up, and so the brain can no longer deliver oxygenated blood because of increased pressure. And you can see that, for instance, in cases of traumatic injury or a brain tumor or the like. Secondly, you can have problems with oxygenation, such that oxygenated air can't get into the body adequately through the nose, the mouth, or into the lungs from an obstruction, or pass through the walls of the tissues in the lungs to get into the bloodstream. And so that would be an impairment of breathing in some form or another. The third is if the heart can't open and close or beat properly in order to circulate oxygenated blood. So you may be getting oxygen in, but you can't get it through the heart or through the blood vessels of the body. So that would be a cardiac cause. The fourth would be inadequate blood pressure. So you may have a normal breathing and you may have a normal heartbeat, but if, for instance, you've had massive blood loss, like in a shark attack or bullet wound or the like, then the blood pressure is too low for the blood to circulate. And that would be a shock type situation. And then the last would be if the cells of the body themselves are unable to take the oxygen that's delivered and process it appropriately. That's more of a toxic or perhaps even infectious cause. There's many metabolic causes. I think a good example of that would be carbon monoxide, where the heart is working, the lungs are breathing, the blood pressure is okay, but when the blood gets to the brain, the carbon monoxide molecule won't let go of the oxygen. And so the brain cells are starved, even though the other elements are present. Literally everybody who dies has some form of failed circulation at some point. So the real issue is the training and experience you need to understand the unique nature of how hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy works in the neonate, which is very different than in older children and adults.
Doctor, in cases where a baby does not survive childbirth due to complications during the delivery, is HIE a diagnosis that's commonly associated with that outcome?
Yeah, I think when we're talking about a focused cohort of patients where it appears that the pregnancy was going normally and then something happens during the course of labor, during the course of the actual expulsion of the fetus, or the failed resuscitation after delivery. Hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy is the most common pathway from which the damage or death occurs.
And what are a neonate's chances of survival if it's born with a diagnosis of HIE?
Well, lots of babies are born with poor APGARs and slow or no heart rate, and are able to be resuscitated because of the unique nature of the neonatal physiology. Neonates are much more resistant to the damage of low oxygen for really complex and very sophisticated reasons. They're designed to suffer hypoxic, various levels of hypoxic or oxygen deprivation during the course of labor and delivery. But if the child has not received adequate oxygen for long enough that the brain cells themselves have died, then the brain, that once a neuron has died, it can't recover. In some neonates, they have the potential for literally recovering function, such that severely depressed or significant deprivation can result in significant and even perhaps miraculous recovery. But if enough of the brain cells have died, then of course there's either significant loss of function, morbidity, a vegetative state, or death.
And has your career involved the investigation of cases of childhood brain injury in the context of child abuse and neglect?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's, the basis for my work, is because a lot of children who have suffered abuse and neglect suffer head injuries and brain damage.
And do you have an estimation of how many such cases you've reviewed?
Oh, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I think 10 years ago I had I testified that I'd had at least 200 cases, so significantly more, or that I've testified in regarding these questions 200 times. So It's the core of my unique practice.
And have you had other opportunities to review cases of serious brain injury and death in infants after childbirth?
Yes, as a matter of fact, for a number of years, starting with, I got continuing education in placental pathology and worked on a number of cases in which civil suits were brought against the practitioners that had cared for infants who were born with significant damage and death associated with the care rendered to mother and baby during labor and delivery or pregnancy, labor and delivery. Many of these cases involved placental insufficiency, emergency problems during the actual delivery itself, failures with resuscitation, and so forth. And I worked on hundreds of those cases, again, in a civil environment on behalf of both plaintiff and defense attorneys. But that's always in a civil context.
And some of the cases that you've reviewed of serious brain injury in infants following childbirth, have some of those cases involved devastating outcomes that occurred regardless of excellent care and resources utilized by the providers to try to save the baby, in your opinion?
Yes, in my opinion, nothing could have prevented the unfortunate outcome, regardless of the attention and care delivery. And oftentimes, the care delivery was at least in my opinion, totally appropriate. It's just labor and delivery of an infant carries with it enormous risk. I think people fail to recognize that it's a very dangerous situation for mothers and an even more dangerous situation for babies, and it doesn't always go well.
And in the civil context, have you worked on cases or in any context that have involved miscalculations or errors in judgment or findings of miscalculation or errors or even negligence by the treating physician in the care of the labor and delivery?
Oh, sure. I've had every possible variation from availability to errors in judgment to miscalculations to a wide range of concerns raised regarding the decision-making process and then the resulting outcome. And it appeared that there had been, in a number of these cases, significant errors.
And in any of the legal proceedings with which you've been involved with relation to these cases, have any of those cases that relate to brain injury or death following childbirth resulted in the providers or caregivers being charged with child abuse and neglect?
Oh, no. I mean, no.
Objection.
There was an objection. If you could pause for the judge to consider it.
Objections overruled. Your answer will stand.
Relevance. Thank you.
Objection.
No,
wait, hold on.
Just wait 1 second, doctor. I'll tell you when the judge is finished.
All right, hold on. All right, the objection's overruled. The answer will stand. You may continue.
The judge has ruled that you may answer the question, which is whether in any of those numerous cases that you've worked on relating to brain injury or death after childbirth, have those cases resulted in the providers or the caregivers involved with the birth being charged with child abuse and neglect?
No. No. That isn't the nature of how the diagnosis of abuse and neglect is made. Errors in care certainly can result in accidents and can certainly result in a poor outcome, but they never would fulfill the what I would consider to be the forensic evidence necessary to determine that abuse and neglect had occurred.
And have you ever worked on a case that involved criminal charges against a doctor, midwife, or other caregiver?
Objection.
No.
Relevance.
Objections overruled. The answer will stand. Another question.
Okay. Dr. Ophoven, did you have a chance to review materials related to this matter and the death of Vera Noe after childbirth?
Yes.
And did you review medical records for Vera Noe in formulating an opinion for this matter?
Yes.
Did you review medical records and prenatal records for Emily Noe in order to formulate an opinion for this matter?
Yes, I reviewed what was available. Yes.
Did you review police reports following investigations that were conducted after Vera Noe's death?
Yes.
Did you issue a written report expressing your opinion and analysis related to cause of death for Vera Noe after review of materials for this matter?
Yes, I did.
And does that report include a list of the materials that you reviewed in order to formulate your opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
And doctor, is the report that you issued for this matter a document, a 17-page document with your name, Janice J. Ophoven, at the top and your professional address, dated December 1, 2022, with the subject line, R.E. State versus Angela Hock?
Yes.
Number 146 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
Yes. Hearsay, it contains statements of an interview with the defendant, which are improper to be offered through this witness. I cite State v. Hardin, 212 Nebraska 774. I think the court made a ruling on this off the record before we came in here, but that document describes information she's obtained from Angela Hock. But then most importantly, judges, hearsay. She's here to testify. She can testify about her findings.
What exhibit number is it? I forgot.
146.
All right, I'll receive 146 for the limited purpose of what she reviewed to form her opinions and conclusions. But her opinions and conclusions will have to be brought out in testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So 146 is received for that limited purpose.
Thank you. What is your understanding of what Angela Hock does for a living that pertains to childbirth?
It's my understanding that she fulfills a specific function in the state of Nebraska, which is providing labor and delivery support for women who choose to deliver their babies at home. I would classify her as what is commonly referred to as a lay midwife.
Thank you, doctor. And doctor, do you have knowledge of breech delivery?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of some of the risks of vaginal breech birth?
Well, I think the major category is the risks of possible entrapment of the head with compression of the cord in a full-term baby. That would be the main risk, and other concerns as it relates to potential trauma to the baby and to the mother during manipulations to expedite delivery.
And what are the circumstances in which the risk of head entrapment is maximized or significant in a vaginal breech delivery?
Well, typically it's more worrisome in multiple births and in very young, very premature infants. But in the full-term baby, if the baby is butt first, either in a crossed leg position or with the hips extended, then the concern would be that after the major part of the torso is delivered, that the shoulders and or the chin can become wedged, and challenges to circulation through the umbilical cord from compression between the infant's body and the pelvic wall can theoretically interfere with circulation.
And is it possible for breech babies to be born safely via vaginal birth?
Oh, of course, it happens all the time, especially in countries where there isn't as much pressure to deliver by cesarean section as is in the U.S.
And are most breech babies who are delivered vaginally born without injury?
Yes.
I'd object foundation.
Overruled.
If Emily Noe had chosen to visit an obstetrician and get an ultrasound in the final weeks of her pregnancy, could that have helped her to know whether her fetus was breech or might have other higher risk of complications during childbirth?
I'd object to, beyond the foundation of this witness's knowledge, she doesn't have any OBGYN experience. I just looked through her CV, or one of my helpers here has, and there's not a single thing on this that says she's got any experience in OBGYN. She said she maybe delivered some babies when she was in medical school. She's not qualified to testify about obstetrics and gynecology.
Your Honor, I would ask
Overruled. You may answer the question if you remember it.
Do you remember the question, Doctor?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, Doctor, maybe may I withdraw the question and ask a little more foundation?
Sure.
Okay. Dr. Ophoven, are you familiar with ways of diagnosing or anticipating that a baby is going to be becoming breech that can occur prior to the start of labor?
Sure.
Is ultrasound technology commonly used to check the position of a baby prior to labor?
Sure. Ultrasound is probably better than the physical exam, but before ultrasound was used so frequently, a physical examination can also alert a physician that the baby is, at least while the uterus is quiet, in a breech position, and suggest that be tracked or followed carefully, such that when the onset of labor occurs, the baby's either been turned or has turned him or herself, or further precautions taken.
And so if did you have a chance to review Emily Noe's prenatal records for this matter,
Yes.
for her pregnancy with Vera?
Yes.
And so if Ms. Noe had chosen to visit an obstetrician and receive an ultrasound in the final weeks of her pregnancy, could that have provided information to help her know whether her fetus was in a breech lie or might have other complications if the baby was breech at that time?
Sure.
And yet, is it still possible that if Ms. Noe had received an ultrasound a week before her labor commenced, and the baby was head down at that time, is it possible that her baby could turn into the breech position prior to the onset of labor?
Sure.
Could that happen even if she got an ultrasound the day before she went into labor?
Sure.
And so therefore, Doctor, in your decades of knowledge and experience, is it your understanding that sometimes babies present in the breech position during labor, and it is a surprise to the doctors or the midwives involved in the delivery that the baby is coming breech?
Yes.
Doctor, what is your understanding of some of the risks of cesarean surgery delivery?
Well, there are many. The risks to mother have been, codified over the years and in different countries. But firstly, there's a higher mortality from cesarean deliveries for a number of reasons. Increased risk for bleeding and ultimate infections to the mother, problems with subsequent pregnancies with abnormal attachment of the placenta, infertility, endometriosis, complications from the delivery of anesthesia itself. I've even had experience with cases where mothers were unfortunately paralyzed during the provision of anesthesia, but were awake without pain medication during the delivery. It goes on. Damage to bladder, damage to various other organs, and so forth. And then to the baby, there's an increased mortality. There's increased risk of premature, inadvertent prematurity, where the estimated date of confinement or delivery date was not calculated correctly. Interestingly, an increased risk for asthma in children born to mothers who'd had a cesarean section, breastfeeding failure, on the part of the, was there an objection?
There's no objection.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. And an overall poor birth experience is reported more often following cesarean section and so forth. I mean, it's lots higher rate of readmissions, rate of adhesions, and so forth. So it's not a low risk procedure by any means.
So, doctor, is it your testimony that cesarean surgery, that one of the risks of cesarean surgery that must be considered by pregnant women is that cesarean delivery carries an increased risk of death to the mother?
Yeah, it's higher than with vaginal delivery, yes.
And is it the case that pregnant women weighing the risks of cesarean surgery have to assess the fact that cesarean surgery carries a higher risk of death to the infant?
Well, it's a consideration. I think in general terms, it's not, we're not talking about the kinds of risks that you're talking about with cancer and so forth. But in terms of assessing the real outcomes, it is not a fail-safe solution. And despite the fact that it's becoming an increasingly preferred method of delivery, it is not ideal by any means. I think 30+% of American deliveries are by cesarean section, and in developed countries that don't have this kind of activity, in the Swedish countries, they're down around 19 or 20%, and I think somewhere somewhat less it would be better.
And so, would you? And is it also the case, doctor? Do the risks of cesarean increase significantly over multiple cesarean surgeries for women who are planning to have a large family and multiple pregnancies?
Yes.
So, would you agree that for Emily Noe, as a woman who was planning to have a large family, knowing that her baby was coming breech, Vera's birth was going to be riskier, whether she was born vaginally or by cesarean surgery, than if Vera was coming vertex or head down?
Oh, yeah.
So did Emily Noe have increased risks on both sides of her options?
Yes. And I think she had different categories of risk, again, based on her own apparent dread of an in-hospital delivery versus the relative risks of a breech delivery.
And doctor, would you say that risks to a patient's mental health are considered clinically relevant as risks to a patient's physical health are considered clinically relevant?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
Of course they are. I think the patient's preference and categories of fear regarding labor and delivery choices, and those preferences really carry significant weight in terms of their decision making. And if a person is afraid of a hospital environment, one has to consider that that's a major factor in their decision.
And doctor, would you call trauma or postpartum trauma to be a significant mental health concern?
Objection. She's foundation. She's not a mental health counselor. There's no foundation for this.
Overruled.
Yeah, I think in terms of assessing Emily's decision-making process, that, in my opinion, carries significant weight in recognizing and understanding her ability to process risks and make decisions. And it's clear that was an overriding personal decision.
And is it
Objection to her last statement that it's clear it's an overriding personal decision. She's giving an opinion on the ultimate issue here.
Overruled. The answer will stand.
Your Honor, Dr. Ophoven, do physicians consider it fair and legitimate for patients to consider serious threats to their mental health to be risk factors that they weigh in the balance when they conduct a risk analysis for a medical decision?
Of course. Personal preference and physician in the patient's choice really is the weightiest element in these considerations. You can wish someone to make a different decision. You can encourage them to make a different decision, but ultimately it's their decision. And I think we've all seen where these arguments take us when it comes to decision making regarding cancer treatment in children and decisions for really disfiguring surgery and so forth. These are all ultimately, this all ultimately comes back to the patient preference.
So therefore, doctor, as a licensed physician familiar with medical ethics, would you say that Emily Noe had the right to weigh her medical options and make her own medical decision about which course of action to take during her pregnancy and labor with Vera?
Of course.
Dr. Ophoven, did you have a chance to review the final autopsy report for the autopsy of Vera Noe?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review her medical records from her time at UNMC?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review the ambulance record for the transport of Vera and Emily Noe?
Yes.
So, doctor, what time was Emily Noe born?
From what I understand, it was sometime between 9:20 and 9:25. Oh, what time was she born? At 9:48.
Thank you.
She was completely delivered.
Okay, and then have you had an opportunity to review the ambulance record that indicates that the ambulance arrived at its destination at 21:59?
Yes.
So if Vera was born in the ambulance at 21:48, according to her medical record, and the ambulance arrived at the hospital at 21:59, according to the ambulance's report, how much time elapsed between the time that Vera was born and the time that she was transferred to the hospital team?
That calculates out to me at just over 10 minutes, 11 minutes, something like that.
Okay. So, if we assume that the cord compression happened at if the ambulance record indicates that the call was received by the 911 dispatchers at 21:26, and if we assume that the cord compression happened 1 to 6 minutes prior to the 911 call, between 9:20 and 9:25 p.m., on June 15th, 2019, when Vera became stuck in her mother's birth canal. And then if we assume that Vera is born at 21:48, as indicated on her medical records and the autopsy report, does that mean that 23 to 28 minutes, that the baby was born 23 to 28 minutes after the cord compression is likely to have commenced?
Well, I don't know when the cord compression actually occurred. From what I understand, she still had pink coloration and circulation. So I'm unwilling to say that interference with oxygenated blood occurred at the time that the body presented, but sometime after that, and I think most certainly when the baby was observed to transition from pink to cyanotic would be the point at which I would start to run the clock for cord compression, and that all of that would have been less than 30 minutes.
And so the distance from the Noe's house to UNMC is 3.2 miles, and Google Maps says that that should take 9 minutes to drive. So the ambulance report states, slight delay due to several roads in the area being blocked for construction. In an emergency where a neonate is deprived of oxygen, would you call the difference between 9 minutes and 19 minutes a slight delay?
Well, not in terms of the kind of brain damage we're worried about, and it also depends on whether or not during that additional time the child was getting oxygen into the body and into the brain circulating. And that's the critical question. Was that happening? Was oxygen being delivered adequately? Did the child pink up during that period of resuscitation? And if not, then the assumption would be that extra time was a significant factor in the outcome.
So doctor, if a baby is born in a cyanotic or hypoxic condition, can the baby potentially be saved through a successful neonatal resuscitation?
Oh, of course. I mean, we see babies born blue and too slow of a heart or no heart, not breathing. And resuscitation in a neonate is a very different animal than in an older child or an adult. The neonate is designed to exist in a low oxygen state. And if you look at the literature, which I have done over the years, one of the major factors is that the young infant has a significant proportion of their hemoglobin is hemoglobin F. And the hemoglobin F levels increase towards the end of the pregnancy, I think, and getting ready for labor and delivery. And hemoglobin F shifts the oxygen dissociation curve of the neonate to the left. What that means is that it hangs on to the oxygen under lower oxygen levels and delivers better oxygen to the tissues than the regular hemoglobin that starts taking over after the child is born. There's shunting. There's challenges to enzymes. The child's ability to handle what we call anaerobic glycolysis is greater. As a matter of fact, the body of a young infant is much more vulnerable to cooling in the neonatal age, and so their temperature drops faster, which also allows for better oxygen delivery. I mean, there's just all kinds of things going on in this brand new human that is geared towards surviving a low oxygen state. And children can be, I did listen to Dr. Bowen, and he put a number on.
I'm going to object at this point. This is narrative.
I believe she's answering the question, Your Honor. Would you like me?
Ask another question, please.
Okay, may I move on to my next question, Doctor? We thank you for your
Sure.
explanation. So therefore, were you explaining, Doctor, that neonates have the more ability and resilience to recover from oxygen deprivation for a period that may occur during the process of being born than older children or adults would have the ability to recover from oxygen deprivation for similar amounts of time?
Absolutely. I think in older adults and children, we have a tendency to talk about a 5-minute timeline for when the potential for irreversible damage or death can occur, although that isn't hard and fast. But if you withhold any circulation of oxygen to an older child's brain or an adult's brain for 5 minutes or more, you're running a significant risk for irreversible damage and potentially death. That is not the case for the neonate. The neonate has a much wider window for survival with lower oxygen delivery. And that makes sense because of the nature. I mean, each contraction theoretically reduces circulation to the brain during the course of labor. And so the baby has to be designed in such a way that it's able to withstand the forces of nature. Amongst different sizes and shapes of mothers' pelvises.
And so is it your testimony today, does the color of a hypoxic neonate at birth give any indication of whether that neonate is capable of being resuscitated?
No. I mean, if you get oxygen in there, get those lungs inflated and restart circulation, there's nothing that tells you that this is an irretrievable or hopeless situation, and that's why resuscitation of infants is so different.
So the ambulance report for the delivery of Vera Noe described her condition when she was born in the ambulance thus: baby had good color, but as time went on, baby's lower extremities were getting a little bluish. If baby was born with good color, and if as time went on her extremities were getting a little bluish, does that mean that at the time that Vera Noe was born in the ambulance, would that indicate that she was past the point of no return, or would her good color indicate that it was still possible to save her?
If they described her as having good color when she was delivered, there is no reason to assume that she was irretrievable or had suffered irreversible damage at that point. It is important to recognize that babies can have, when we look at the APGAR score, we look at 5 separate conditions of the infant that we're looking at, and color is just one. So if you're pink all over, then you get a 2. If you have blue arms and legs or blueness in the fingernails, then you get a point off. And then if you're blue all over, you get no points at all for color. But then there's all the other categories. A blue baby doesn't mean that there's no hope for resuscitation at all.
So even if the baby was blue all over, there's still hope for resuscitation. Is that right?
Oh, of course. And then the question is, how long did it take the people at the hospital with proper intubation, delivery of oxygen, resuscitation, and so forth, for her to get to being pink? And where I would look at the interval is, when did she clearly lose color till when did she re-achieve color? And that would be something for consideration as well. I can't say that she wasn't retrievable when she got in the ambulance.
So, are you aware that when Emily Noe was carried into the ambulance, Vera was still entrapped in her mother's body, and that she was born in that 19-minute ambulance ride?
Right.
Do you understand that detail?
Yes, I do.
And we've calculated today that in the course of the 19-minute ambulance ride, she was born about halfway through it, 10 to 11 minutes before arriving at the hospital, according to the medical records and the ambulance report. Isn't that right, Dr. Ophoven?
Objection.
That's my
Objection. That's a misstatement of the testimony
Well,
here.
you can point that out and cross. Objection's overruled.
Thing to drink.
Well, I'd like to just revisit that issue. Dr. Ophoven, have you had an opportunity to review the ambulance report for the transport of Emily Noe and Vera Noe to the hospital?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the report gives times?
Yes.
Your Honor, would it be helpful for me to put this under the camera, and is that pertinent during a Zoom? Okay.
No.
If the ambulance record indicates transport.
Oh, hold on. We lost her.
Oh, thank you. Hi.
We momentarily lost the connection. I reconnected.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been here all along.
So, Dr. Ophoven, if the ambulance arrived at the scene at 21:30 and transported or left the scene at 21:40, how long was the ambulance at the house?
10 minutes.
And so if the ambulance left the house at 21:40 and the ambulance record indicates that it arrived at the hospital at 21:59, how long did it take the ambulance to get to the hospital?
19 minutes.
And if Vera Noe was born at 21:48, according to her medical records, which are the documentation of her hospital providers' communications with the ambulance delivery people, if she was born at 21:48, how long was she born after they left the house at 21:40?
8 minutes.
And how long was she born before they arrived at the hospital? If she was born at 21:48 and they arrived at 21:59.
11 minutes.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you for your simple math. So, doctor, what's the purpose of a neonatal resuscitation?
Resuscitation by definition means that someone's critical vital signs need assistance or support. In the case of someone who is in complete cardiovascular collapse or cardiopulmonary arrest, that means that the ABCs of life, the life forces, are missing. So airway needs to be clear, A. B, there needs to be breathing, which means that air has to come in and out to get oxygen in and CO2 out. And C, which is adequate circulation, which means heartbeat such that the heart can open and close to fill and empty, and blood pressure so that even though the heartbeat is working, that the blood, oxygenated blood, can get to all of the vital structures and cells that are needed. So the first thing to do is to make sure that you've cleared an airway, make sure there's nothing in the way, that there's not fluid, because a newborn their lungs are full of water. Part of the process of getting born is to squeeze a lot of that water out, but you need to make sure that the airway's clear, and you need to make sure that oxygen is getting to the lung such that the oxygen can cross the alveolar spaces and get into the bloodstream, and make sure there's adequate circulation. And there's things you can do for each of those areas: clearing the airway, making sure that there's oxygen delivery and that the heart is beating adequately. Medications and so forth can assist with cardiac function, but it's the ABCs of life that have to be replaced in the process of resuscitation.
And so, would you say that every second counts in a neonatal resuscitation?
Oh, of course.
And does the resuscitation of a neonate require special training?
Well, ideally, I mean, because you have resuscitation techniques differ between the very young infant and older children. We used to use, a couple of fingers to compress, and now we know better that we have to pick pick the baby up to make sure that we can get adequate compression of the heart to move the oxygenated blood through the body. Ideally, that would be what to do. That we would have to have an airway. Ideally, would be an indwelling tube that is the proper size and proper location in the airway to deliver oxygenated blood, and fluids established to make sure that there's good circulation and delivery of medications. And so all of those things really are geared to the very tiny body. I mean, when you're looking at the airway and placing an airway in these little ones, we're talking about an airway that's just a few millimeters, 4 millimeters wide. And not everyone is able to place a tube. You can sort of get past that with a bag mask, as long as it's hooked up to oxygen and the airway isn't obstructed.
Do neonates have a different respiratory rate for children and adults compared to children and adults?
Yes, babies breathe a lot faster than older kids. We expect to see a normal breathing rate around 30 plus or minus in very young babies. And it can go higher if they're stressed. If a kid has an infection or whatever, they may breathe as much as 40 or 50 times a minute. Whereas older children and adults we don't breathe that fast at all.
So what's the normal respiratory rate of a neonate?
Between 20 and 30.
Between 20 and 30 breaths per minute?
Breaths per minute, yeah.
Okay.
It can be as high as 40.
Okay, and is there a normal heart rate for a neonate?
Oh, I'd look for something between 130 and 140. Little boys have a slightly higher heart rate than little girls, but when we're listening to them in utero, it's in the 130 plus range.
And so, does one have to be trained in how to properly suction the mouth and airways of a newly born baby?
Well, you should know how to do it. I mean, it isn't just a simple, one of those squeegers. You'd really want to make sure that you know how to get the stuff out from the hypopharynx, which is the area that sits right above the epiglottis and the entrance to the trachea.
And do healthcare providers learn how to do that through training in neonatal resuscitation?
Oh, yeah.
And so if a baby's mouth is not suctioned prior to attempting to put oxygen into the baby through her mouth, could the failure to suction interfere with a successful resuscitation?
Sure.
And if somebody is attempting to resuscitate a neonate with an oxygen mask, is it important that they understand the rate at which the bag should be squeezed for a neonate?
Yes.
And if they don't understand that rate and they perform it according to their training on how to resuscitate an older child or an adult, is it possible that that could interfere with the successful resuscitation of the neonate?
Well, theoretically, I think what you really want to see is is the baby getting pinker with the delivery of oxygen with the setup you've got?
And doctor, is part of the training in neonatal resuscitation learning how to make sure you have a successful seal of the mask over the neonate's face, because if it is not sealed properly, the oxygen will not get into the baby?
Sure.
And is that process a little bit more, or is it different than the process of holding a mask over an adult's face or the face of a larger person?
Yeah, you have to have the right size mask. You have to have it with a proper seal, so that when you squeeze the mask, the oxygenated air goes down into the baby and isn't leaking out from an improper seal.
So therefore, if Vera Noe was born in the ambulance at 21:48 on June 15th, 2019, and she had good color at her time of birth, what kind of equipment would the paramedics and EMTs would have had to have in the ambulance and understand how to use in order to be able to perform an appropriate neonatal resuscitation in their efforts to save her?
Well, at a minimum, you'd have to have a proper face mask for a little tiny baby. I mean, there isn't an alternative there. And you have to be able to hook that up to oxygen. And ideally, the ability to start an IV to make sure that blood pressure is adequate, and the ability to provide good CPR and a way to clear the airway, some form of mechanism to clear the airway of excess fluids. Like I said, little babies have their stomachs and their lungs are completely full of water when they're in utero. Well, it's actually amniotic fluid. And so what you want to do is make sure that that fluid isn't getting in the way of the delivery of oxygen.
And in order to accomplish those goals, would the paramedics and EMTs have to be trained to understand those details so that they could help get the liquid out of the baby's lungs?
Sure, sure. I mean, I think in principle, it's the same thing for any person that's being resuscitated, but the materials you have to have access to for a little baby are going to be different than the kind of materials that you'd have for a routine resuscitation of an older child or an adult.
And so if an ambulance is going to be prepared to deal with neonatal emergencies, would that ambulance ideally also have epinephrine on board?
Sure.
And would the EMTs understand how to utilize epinephrine to in the process of resuscitating that neonate?
Sure. If there's no heartbeat, then that's kind of the drug of choice.
So if a baby is born, if Vera Noe was born in that ambulance without a heartbeat, would epinephrine have been a valuable resource to have available on that ambulance to save her life?
Sure.
And doctor, if chest compressions are performed on a neonate without simultaneously oxygenating the baby through a successful bag and mask, are the chest compressions alone going to be effective at resuscitating the baby?
Well, not for very long, because like I said, if you don't have oxygen getting to the vital organs, then the heartbeat alone is obviously not going to have much utility. So you have to, and that's why they call it the ABCs. A is airway, B is breathing, C is circulation. Circulation is important, but you have to be delivering oxygen at the same time.
So if Vera was born in the ambulance at 21:48, she'd suffered a very difficult delivery, but she still had good color, but she had no heartbeat and she needed help to breathe. Do you have an estimation of how much time would be available to successfully get oxygen into that baby to save her life or prevent brain death or brain injury?
No, I don't think so. I don't have, I mean, obviously immediately is the ideal, but I don't have a time frame. Obviously every second was important from the time that her body came out and until she arrived at the hospital. But I can't give you a specific point.
And so if a neonate is born who is urgently in need of resuscitation and she is not resuscitated, or if she is not resuscitated in a way that oxygenates her, what is going to be the outcome?
Well, death of nerve cells in the brain, and ultimately death of the baby.
And if the resuscitation of a compromised newborn doesn't even start, or the oxygenation doesn't even begin until 4 minutes after her birth, what will be the implications for her survival?
Well, they'd be less.
And if it does not begin until 11 minutes after her birth, what will be the implications for her survival?
Even less.
And so, Doctor, how would you interpret, what is the significance, or what can we learn from what may have been happening with Vera's oxygenation, or whether the ambulance folks' efforts to save her life and efforts to apply the skills and knowledge that they had in that situation were working to oxygenate her? What do we know about the line, baby had good color, but as time went on, baby's lower extremities were getting a little bluish? What is the fact that as time went on, her extremities were getting bluish in the ambulance tell us about what was happening in the ambulance?
Well, obviously she was less oxygenated as time went on. The fact that she was pink when she was first delivered is a good sign, and the fact that when she got to the hospital and she was cyanotic is not a good sign.
Would that evidence suggest that the attempted resuscitation of Vera Noe in the ambulance was not successful between the time she was born with good color and the time her extremities were turning blue? Or would it indicate that it was successful?
Given the fact that ultimately they were able to achieve a heartbeat and that she was ultimately able to be turned pink in the emergency room, obviously that was not achieved in the ambulance, and so the resuscitation was not adequate until she got to the hospital.
Thank you, Doctor. So, Doctor, you've had an opportunity to review voluminous materials related to Vera and Emily Noe's medical conditions and history and the circumstances of this matter. What was your ultimate conclusion regarding Vera's cause of death?
It's my opinion that based on the scientific evidence in this case, that Vera died of hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, which is brain damage from failed oxygenation to the brain that was the consequence of breech delivery with cord compromise.
And did you find anything in the record that led you to conclude that there was evidence that Vera's death was the result of negligence or recklessness in her care?
Objection. This is for the base province of the court.
Sustained.
Doctor, did you conclude that Vera Noe died from abuse or neglect?
Objection. Same objection.
No, that's overruled. She can answer that.
No, she did not.
Do you agree with the finding on Vera Noe's death certificate that her death was accidental?
Yeah, I think that's one of those situations where you could have a conversation about whether or not this was a complication of pregnancy, which is in and of itself a natural condition. But given the fact that she had entrapment for a period of time of her head with likely cord compromise, then I agree with the determination that it was an accident.
So are you?
But I wouldn't argue with someone if they said it was natural. But I prefer accident in this case.
So therefore, what you're saying, doctor, is that among the options for causes of death on that death certificate, you might have considered natural, you might have considered accidental, but you would not have considered any of the other boxes on the death certificate?
Oh, no. I think, and again, there's a lot of variability amongst medical examiners in terms of how they apply the various options for certification. I would agree with the certification that said that this was an unfortunate complication of a natural process. And even though it is a well-recognized complication, I think under the circumstances, accident is the best term to apply to this death. But labor and delivery of an infant is.
To narrative. She's
Well,
Sorry.
Well, I think you've answered the question. Ask another question.
Okay. Doctor, when you work on cases that involve the analysis of whether an infant or a newborn died as a result of abuse or neglect, and you find that the baby or the child died as a result of abuse or neglect, do you call that an accidental death?
Objection.
Well, the answer will stand, but we've already answered this question, so we'll move on.
Okay.
You're just asking in different ways.
Okay, Your Honor, I've got two more questions, and hopefully you'll
Okay.
consider them different. So therefore, having reviewed all materials related to this case, is it your conclusion, based on the review of all of those materials, that Angela Hock caused the death of Vera Noe?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Okay,
She already testified the cause of death.
okay. No further questions? Yeah.
All right. Doctor, we're going to take,
Yes?
it's about 3 o'clock. We're going to take our afternoon recess. We'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. So I'm going to put you on mute and then come back in about 10 minutes, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You betcha. Before we go on the record, doctor, we're ready. Hi, doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back on the record, and we're ready for cross-examination. Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ophoven, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. You say that you work as a pediatric forensic pathologist, true?
Yes.
And there's no such thing as a board certification for pediatric forensic pathologies. Is that true?
No, there's not very many of us.
So you're not board certified in that field, true?
No, I haven't sat for the boards. I just practiced it for 40 years.
I understand that. There's not such a thing as a board certification for pediatric pathology, correct?
There is board certification for pediatric pathology, but I'd already completed my training and was in practice for 10 years before that board was offered, so I chose not to sit for it.
All right, thank you. And you do not work in obstetrics and gynecology, true?
No, I do not.
And you have never done that in your professional career, is that right?
That's correct.
The only babies you've ever been involved with the birth of any babies was when you were in medical school, true?
No, I actually attended the birth of many babies as a pediatrics resident.
How many? How many?
Well, I don't have a number, but many.
How
because
many?
We were called. Pardon?
Sorry. How many years were you a pediatric resident?
3.
Okay. And when was that? In the 1970s?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's been a long time since you've done been involved in any births, true?
That's true.
Okay. And attitudes and things we know about births have changed over the years. Would you agree with me with that?
Well, certainly medicine progresses. The basic principles are still the same, of course.
All right, thank you. You commented on your direct that breech happens all the time. Remember when you said that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a breech birth?
Yes, one.
Did you help deliver that breech birth?
I was an observer.
And you say it happens all the time. What do you mean by all the time?
Well, it's 3 to 4% of babies, mothers pregnant will present with a breech lie. Fewer and fewer are born vaginally, of course, but they're delivered breech.
Correct.
By cesarean section.
So all the time, that breech happens all the time is a little bit misleading when we really are only talking about 3 to 4%. Would you agree with me?
No, because we're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of pregnancies a year. So it's not an infrequent event.
Okay. Not an event, it's an event you've only seen once, though, true?
Yeah.
And you'd also say it's a very dangerous event to try to deliver a breech vaginally. You would agree with me on that, correct?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Hold on, there's
I'd
an
go that
objection.
far.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. There's
Objection.
An objection.
I think that misstates Dr. Ophoven's testimony on the topic.
Overruled. She can answer the question.
You can answer.
I wouldn't say it's very dangerous. I think I think the human anatomy is designed to deliver babies both ways. It's just it carries with it more risk to the baby and to the mother than a regular vaginal delivery.
You also said on your direct such things as when we look at APGARs. Do you remember when you said that? You were talking about looking at APGARs?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not actually something you look at, correct?
All the time.
What do you mean by all the time? Is that 3 to 4%? I mean, you said we look at APGARs all the time. Do you look at APGARs?
I do. Yes.
When was the last
In
time?
every case.
When was the last time you looked at an APGAR score on a baby?
This week.
Was this a baby that you are caring for, or what are you talking about?
No, it's a case of a child who died at 2.5 to 3 months of age, and someone's been accused of harming the child. And I routinely request labor and delivery and birth records of children that I've been asked to review, especially the very young infants, to determine the presence or absence of possible birth trauma or other issues that could affect the health and well-being of the child who dies a month or so later.
Okay,
so I routinely look at APGAR scores.
Objection, Your Honor. She's not allowing the witness to answer.
Ma'am, you've answered the question, so ask another question, Ms. Jacobson.
When babies are born, the doctor in the delivery room or wherever looks at APGARs, correct?
No, it's a nurse usually that assigns the APGAR
Nurses
score.
do. And what I want to know is, just listen to my question and answer my question, please.
Well, I did.
Well, let's not argue. Ask another question, Ms. Jacobson.
How many times, can you put a number on how many times you've seen an infant with your own eyes, been in an emergency room or a labor and delivery room, and you yourself are assessing a baby for APGARs?
Usually it's a nurse that assigns the APGAR. So I haven't personally taken responsibility for assigning the APGAR because that's the delivery room nurse's job.
And you haven't, the last time you were in a delivery room with a nurse who was doing that was in the 1970s, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever resuscitated a newborn baby?
Yes.
How many times?
Probably 10.
You said in your report, and I'm looking, do you have your report in front of you?
I can get it.
And maybe you know it well enough but I'm looking at page 5 of 17. In the second full paragraph, you say, death as the consequence of unforeseen conditions of circumstance. You see where you've written that?
No, let's see.
Where it says the death certificate certified the death as an accident?
Yes, thank you. I see it.
And then it says, I agree with this designation, death as a consequence of unforeseen conditions or circumstance. See that?
Yes.
You'd agree that breech complications are foreseen, true?
They can be, sure.
If a person knows someone is presenting breech and they have any skill or training whatsoever, they understand the consequences of that breech birth. Would you agree?
Well, it depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, even you who doesn't have any recent history in obstetrics, OBGYN, you recognize that with a breech birth, you have risk of prolapse cord, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have risk of head entrapment, true?
Sure.
And then you have different risks of the different kinds of breeches, correct?
Yes.
So some breeches maybe are a little easier to deliver breech. Would you agree with me on that?
Sure.
Okay. So like a 1 footling breech would be a trickier breech to deliver than, say, a frank breech. Would you agree?
Yes.
What's the advantage of a frank breech over a footling breech? Why would that be easier?
Well, the frank breech has a larger presenting part, so that as the uterus contracts, there's opportunity for the pelvic ligaments to spread during the process of labor, as opposed to a footling breech where the impact of the uterine contractions isn't stretching the pelvic ligaments to allow for the aftercoming head and shoulders.
So you'd agree then, I think you already said it, but a footling would be a little more dangerous if the foot's coming out first, because that's kind of a smaller part exiting, going through the cervix, and nothing larger is coming through to make more room for the head. Agreed?
I would agree that a footling breech, either a single or a double footling breech, is something that you do not want to deliver outside of a hospital. But a frank or a complete breech is something that can be delivered outside of a hospital.
You would agree, though, that it would be safer to deliver even the Frank's breech and the complete breech at a hospital. Would you agree with that?
I think it's, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that, no.
Because in the event there's a complication, then you are at the hospital and that woman and that child could get some help. Would you agree?
Yeah, if your priority is safety, then an in-hospital setting would be lower risk, yes.
And you'd agree with me that a C-section is the safest approach to breech delivery, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
And in fact, the medical literature suggests that. I think you indicated that in your report. Is that true?
I think the standards in America would be to default to a cesarean section if there's an abnormal lie or a breech presentation. Absolutely.
And but of course, you'd also agree with me that sometimes it's inevitable that you have to do a vaginal breech delivery, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes it might come too fast. You don't know the risk, and it just might be inevitable that it happens. True?
Or maternal preference.
Or maternal preference, true. Now, I know you're not an OBGYN, but if you were, had a patient who was presenting breech, and let's just in this hypothetical say you know she's breech because you've just done an ultrasound, it'd be appropriate, would you agree, to explain to her the different risks of that breech presentation, correct?
Of course, sure.
And even if she wanted to deliver at home or use a midwife, it'd be very important that she understood all the associated risks, correct?
To the best of my ability to state them and the best of her ability to understand them.
Because while she has the choice to do it, it'd be unfair to her to not know the choices, correct? To not know the options.
That's fair.
To not know the options.
Sure.
Are you also familiar with some maneuvers as it relates to a vaginal breech birth, and perhaps it might even be true with the normal vertex presentation birth, that a maneuver could be done where maybe there is pressure placed on the abdomen by one person to sort of help push the baby on through the cervix? Are you familiar with a maneuver like that?
I'm not up to date on the various delivery maneuvers.
Okay. You agreed with the conclusion of Dr. Bowen that Vera Noe died from, the cause of death was from head entrapment, correct? Or not? Maybe you don't agree with that. Tell us.
No, that's not how I would state it. I would say that she died from complications of hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy that were the result of cord compression following a breech delivery.
And the cord compression comes from the head entrapment, correct?
Partially, yes.
What do you mean partially?
Well, you're right. It's from the head and the cord being in the birth canal simultaneously. The entrapment, the determination of entrapment simply refers to a delay in delivery beyond what would be reasonable for the child's health.
Well,
but it doesn't necessarily occur suddenly.
Well, what do you mean by that? It doesn't necessarily occur suddenly.
Well, when the cord and the head are in the birth canal simultaneously, there's the potential for compression. The real issue here is how much of the compression there was and what effect that had on the baby at a particular point in time. Obviously, you need to deliver the baby as quickly and efficiently as possible, but it isn't necessarily true that it'll happen all of a sudden.
Correct. So I mean, you could have a cord and a head traveling through the birth canal at the same time, whether it be vertex or breech, and the baby might come out okay. There's enough room there that everything comes out. Okay.
Absolutely.
But the prolapse cord and the compression on that cord in this situation happened because of the head entrapment. Would you agree?
I think ultimately the determination of lack of oxygen to the brain was the consequence of the baby's head and cord being in the birth canal at the same time, but we don't know for what period the actual limited oxygenation occurred, because there's evidence that she remained pink for a period of time. So how long the cord entrapment was is undetermined.
Well, we know it was at least 5 minutes, correct? At least 5 minutes to cause the brain damage that she suffered from?
That's where I disagree with Dr. Bowen's testimony, where he said it only takes 5 minutes to cause irreversible damage. That is not the case in the neonate. The neonate has considerably more latitude for low circulating oxygen than an older person because of the things I mentioned on my direct. The hemoglobin F, the different enzyme tolerances for acidosis, and so forth. So I don't agree that we can put a number on how long the cord compression A occurred, and B, when that cord compression became evidence of an irreversible injury. 5 minutes is not, in my opinion, appropriate.
You agree, however, that when Vera was born, she was born without a heartbeat and was purple in color. You agree with that? That's what the record says. There's nothing that suggests that wasn't the case. True?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the evidence.
Overruled. She may answer if she can.
From my understanding, she was pink when she was first delivered, and then her color changed according to the record.
The paramedics testified this week in trial, and she was not pink. She was purple, and she was lifeless, and she had no heartbeat. Hearing that...
Objection. Misstates the evidence and testimony.
correctly.
Well,
I'm not.
overruled, as a fact finder, I will make the final determination what's the facts, but
If she's purple and lifeless when she's born without a heartbeat, that would suggest to you that, however, the compression caused, that she had been entrapped long enough that that caused that result. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
I want to talk about the times. Defense counsel was grabbing times from separate documents, so I want to make sure we're looking at these times correctly. And defense counsel was giving some math. She was looking at a note, and she said to you that she read from the NICU encounter note saying that the head was delivered at the hospital prior to the arrival at about 21:48 p.m. Remember when she had read that to you, that number that the baby was delivered at 21:48 p.m.?
Yes.
And then she also then read from the Omaha Fire Department report that said they arrived at 21:59. Recall her giving you those questions?
Yes, that's what I recall from the paramedic record.
Right. And you did the math for us, and so taking the 21:48 time period of being delivered and 21:59 period of arriving at the hospital, you did the math of about 11 minutes that child was born and in the ambulance, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And I would
19.
I would agree with that math, but I'm looking at that NICU encounter note, and what it actually says, and this is the hospital putting the notes, EMS was called and arrived at the ER about 21:50. Head delivered just prior to arrival to the hospital about 21:48. That's what the note says altogether. That's really only 2 minutes, correct?
Yeah, but I don't rely on, because it's about, and the paramedic records are the ones that I track, and they had a number of times listed very clearly on their record. And they said they arrived at 21:59.
Would you agree that
as opposed to about 50, which is not, which I don't think is accurate.
I appreciate that, but also that EMS record did not have any time of when that baby was delivered. You'd agree with me on that, correct?
I didn't see that in that record, but 21:48 appeared in Dr. Lessing's note, and it appeared in the autopsy report.
And in that note, that same note, it says that they arrived at 21:50. So do you see what I'm saying?
I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that record is in evidence.
overruled, she may answer.
I can offer it and show the court. It'd probably be easier for you to see.
Did she, I think the question is, did she look at that report in her closing?
You looked at these reports, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't rely on about 21:50 as opposed to the paramedic report, which had a precise time on arrival, which is routine in the records that I review on a daily basis. They put in the call time, the arrival at the scene time, arrival to the patient, departure time, and arrival time, and those are all times that I look at. They may or may not include something that happens in the rig.
I understand. So stay with me here a minute. I agree. The OFD, the EMS times are pretty accurate, probably, because they're entering in a system and it's kind of automatic. What I'm saying is, nothing in the emergency medical services report indicated when the time the baby was born. You agree with me on that, correct?
Nothing in the EMT report.
Right. And the report says they arrived at 21:59. You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
The testimony is that Vera was born literally the moment they're pulling into the ambulance bay. Knowing that, would you agree with me that that baby wasn't born 11 minutes before they arrived at the hospital, if what they testified to is true?
I didn't hear the testimony, so there's all kinds of alterations in the interval that are possible. So I don't have enough information to answer your question.
You've given some opinions that that baby was in an ambulance, by your math that you're doing, for 11 minutes before it ever got to the hospital to get help. Correct? That's part of the opinion you gave today?
Well, I was asked to do the math. It seems to me the universal number that is being used in the records of the time of her delivery was 21:48, and the paramedics stated on their record that they arrived at 21:59. If those aren't correct, then all bets are off.
All right.
I'm basing my opinions on that information.
I know, doctor, so I'm just trying to flesh this out. I think the times are off, and that's not your fault. That's not your fault at all. I'm not suggesting it's your fault.
Objection, argumentative.
But I'm trying
I'll
not to.
sustain that comment will be stricken. Ask another question.
You've given some opinions on the concern for the fact that there was an 11-minute time period from when that baby was born to when they arrived at the hospital for help. Correct? That's what I understood your testimony to be? That 11 minutes is a long time?
I haven't said any of those things. I was asked to do the math between 21:59 and 21:48, and that adds up to 11. If none of those numbers are correct, then, as I said, all bets are off.
No, I'm just trying, I don't know how to ask a question better. If the child did not get oxygen from the time she was born for 11 minutes, you would agree that that's concerning?
Of course.
Okay. Would you also agree then to me, if that wasn't accurate and the time frame was really 2 minutes or less, it is less concerning? Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts, not an evidence.
Overruled.
Of course. She was in the rig for 19 minutes.
Thank you.
So the mother was receiving oxygen and everything, and she wasn't delivered until seconds before she was delivered into the emergency room. That's different than if she was delivered the way the record reads, 11 minutes before.
I'm going to need to read another record for you. Body delivered, head trapped. EMS had been called and arrived to ER about 21:50. Head delivered just prior to arrival at the hospital about 21:48. Per best timeline, estimated time of head being trapped, 10 to 12 minutes.
Your Honor, could you ask Ms. Jacobson to identify the document she's reading?
Yes, I'd be happy to mark it, actually.
Well,
I do want to make it a part of the record here.
go ahead.
What is it? Of hearsay and foundation, Your Honor.
Well, you need to establish whether or not the doctor relied on this to inform her opinion. It was one of those documents that was presented to her, informing her opinion.
Read all the medicals records, the neonatal resuscitation records regarding Emily Noe.
Yes.
And if I represented to you that those records say, hospital records say that the time of birth was 21:48, fire department was performing chest compressions upon our arrival at 21:50. Does that affect your opinion you've given today?
No, the reason for that is it would hinge on whether or not the person that wrote that record had spoken directly to the paramedics, or whether this is information that is filtered through during the process of resuscitation. Unfortunately, in reviewing medical records, I see all kinds of differences in times and opinions and statements that vary from person to person. So I would, as this point, there doesn't appear to be any argument that the child was delivered at 21:48 and the paramedics' arrival time is documented at 21:59. Based on what you have read to me, it doesn't change my opinion.
Do you understand, doctor, that you're taking a time from one document and putting it at a time in another document? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I know what I'm doing, and I understand the basis of my opinion, ma'am. And right now, I guess I can only say is that there's all kinds of possible alternative scenarios. But if the neonatal record is based not on direct communication with the paramedics, then I would prefer to rely on the paramedics' arrival time rather than someone else who may or may not have accurate information.
Okay. So you said a moment ago you relied on these neonatal resuscitation records when reviewing these APGAR scores, correct?
I considered those records, yes.
And in that same record, there are some times associated with that record. You'd agree with me that there's times in these records?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Resuscitation record she's testified she relied to, and then these times associated with it.
Your Honor.
All right, 148. It's 148?
Yes.
148 is received.
question just for you, doctor. And I think we agree on this, that there's sometimes inconsistencies in times in different medical records compared to maybe even within medical departments. Would you agree?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Do you think it's appropriate, though, when you're assessing the time frame to figure out the exact time, to compare times within the same document? Would you agree with me on that?
No, not necessarily. Sometimes are notoriously more accurate, and sometimes other things are more estimated or hearsay, or oftentimes we'll see a number that goes past from record to record that was wrong in the first place, and then you see it appear time and time again. So I don't have any problems picking and choosing based on the relative accuracy in my experience of various numbers. So if there's a huge discrepancy, I take it into consideration. And then, but I am struck by the fact that paramedic records are usually pretty precise because they always put it down to the minute, as opposed to other records that may or may not be precise. So I don't have a problem.
So just so I'm straight, you have no problem taking the paramedic time and picking and choosing a different time from a different report, different department, and doing the math based on that. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not. No. That's not what I did. Okay. That's not what I did. I took two numbers.
All right. Okay.
One number was the 1248, which appeared, and there hasn't been any other number put forward as the time of delivery than 1248. So the forensic pathologist used it, and Dr. Lessing used it. And so I made an assumption that 1248 was the 2148 was the proper number, and then I took the paramedic record of arrival at 1259.
I understand what you did.
Or 2159. I don't consider that picking and choosing. Those are two numbers that that appear to be the most precise.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions, Judge, and she's narrative.
You've answered the question, Doctor, so. Do you have any?
Sorry.
You have no further questions, Ms. Jacobson?
I have no further questions,
All right,
Judge.
redirect.
Thank you.
Doctor, does the paramedics ambulance report for the transfer of Emily and Vera Noe contain a time of birth for Vera Noe?
I don't remember it being up front. I don't remember where I got the number. I just remember seeing it appear twice.
So it doesn't. If I were to tell you that there is no time of birth for Vera Noe on the ambulance report, would you be surprised? Oh, she's gone.
Oh.
Well,
hold a second.
I would prefer it to be there,
hold on, Doctor. Hold on.
Not surprised.
All right, hold on.
Hold on, Doctor.
We dropped you again.
Sorry. I'm not surprised.
Is it windy or snowy up in Minnesota?
It's been raining, so all of the surfaces of decks and streets are clear, but we're getting four inches tonight.
You're back on. Go ahead.
So, Doctor, if the paramedic report does not contain a time of birth for Vera Noe, would you therefore have to look outside the paramedic's report to determine her time of birth?
Yes, I looked for it and found it in two places. So I assumed that there was some source for that number.
But the ambulance report does contain times of dispatch, times of arrival at the scene, times of departure from the scene, and times of arrival at the hospital. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your experience of reviewing ambulance reports and records, are they generally accurate with regard to those times?
Yes.
Doctor, would you say that Vera's head entrapment and resulting cord compression would explain why Vera was born in a hypoxic condition in the ambulance?
Yes.
And when the paramedics documented in their report that the baby was born with good color, what does good color generally mean in the context of a neonate when used by medical professionals?
That they're pink and that they're not showing evidence of cyanosis.
And you've testified to the fact that if Vera was born with good color, that suggests that the injury that she had experienced during her head entrapment and that she'd suffered during that process of being born was not necessarily irreversible at the time of her birth. Is that correct?
That's fair.
Doctor, you testified that you subscribe to the major medical journals in the United States, like the New England Journal of Medicine. Do those journals and your review of your ongoing education as a doctor enable you to stay current on trends and studies related to medical practices and outcomes?
Yes.
Doctor, have you had an opportunity to review a document titled The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Committee Opinion Number 745 from ACOG's Committee on Obstetric Practice, titled Mode of Term Singleton Breech Delivery? Have you ever reviewed that document from 2018?
Objection beyond the scope.
Yes,
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
Well, it probably is, but I'll let you go. Go ahead.
The issues on cross to which this is directed is the idea that Dr. Ophoven has not stayed current on the medical literature and also the testimony that she gave on cross with regard to trends in breech delivery. If that's okay, Your Honor?
Well, that's okay, but just briefly.
Briefly, okay. So, Your Honor, I'd like to ask Dr. Ophoven a question about the document that was marked as Exhibit 136 during Dr. Lessman's testimony yesterday. So, Doctor, would you assume that a committee opinion issued by ACOG's Committee on Obstetric Practice is based in the current medical evidence and that ACOG's Committee on Obstetric Practice reviewed relevant studies and evidence prior to issuing this committee opinion?
Yes, that's what a committee opinion is intended for.
What is that?
These articles are intended to update the members to changes or policies that need reconsideration.
Okay, and are you aware that this committee opinion, which was issued in August 2018, replaced ACOG's committee opinion on breech delivery from July 2006?
Yes.
And is there a change reflected in ACOG's recommendation with regard to breech delivery in this committee opinion as opposed to their recommendations for obstetric practice from 2006 to 2018?
Objection beyond the scope of cross. I mean, I get that she was wanting to establish she's read some articles.
Yeah, now you're going on.
Well, she asked Dr.
Well, you're going to ask her general questions, but you're asking specific questions.
Okay.
So objection sustained.
Okay. So you're saying ask general, not specific, Your Honor?
Well, you can see if she review these documents. That's it.
Okay. So, Dr. Ophoven, if the ACOG Committee on Obstetric Practice said that
Objection.
for planning a breech...
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
Well, she hasn't asked the full question yet, but
Dr. Ophoven, you testified on cross-examination that the safest mode of delivery for a breech-presenting neonate would be cesarean section. Is that correct?
Yeah, overall, yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's variations, but overall, I guess if you're talking about wanting to prevent any of the known complications of a breech delivery, then a cesarean is obviously safer, but it isn't a safe alternative. It's safer.
So doctor, when ACOG writes that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher in a vaginal breech delivery than in a planned cesarean delivery, what does their choice to use the word may rather than is higher or will be higher mean regarding their review of the evidence?
Objection
Yeah.
Beyond the scope of.
All right, you can allow her to answer this one question, then you need to move on.
I think what they're doing is my understanding of this is that the risks will vary from individual to individual. So some circumstances, the allowing a breech vaginal delivery might be riskier than a cesarean section, and then there are other circumstances in which they would not. That's what adding the word may says. It's going to be variable from person to person.
And doctor, would you agree that when a patient ultimately determines what their safest choice is with a medical decision, that they get to weigh a variety of factors and variables into the analysis of what is safest, and that analysis includes factors during childbirth other than short-term perinatal risk?
Yes.
So on cases involving diagnosis of HIE in a neonate in which you concluded that the neonate died from abuse or neglect?
Well, specifically.
Well, wait, hold on, doctor. There's an objection.
This is beyond the.
Well, it's overruled, but answer the question and then move on, Ms. Hayes-Klein.
I have worked on cases and investigated cases where it is likely that the child died from abuse and neglect. This is a very unique scenario, commonly referred to as infanticide or the abandoned infant.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, doctor, you're finished, so you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You betcha. Defense have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor. Defense rest.
All right. Any motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Remake our motion to dismiss, Your Honor.
All right. Any argument?
No, Judge.
All right, that'll be overruled. Any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The case will be submitted to the court after closing arguments, which will take place tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right? So, parties ready to proceed to a closing. We're in adjournment.